The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you.
Lassie, what have you done now?
Rekgar, help me see if there's anything that can be done with Optimus.
I'm a doctor, not a forklift. His engines, they cannot take the strain.
Rekgar, any hope that Junkions can repair him?
He's dead, Jim.
This is Patrick Stewart, and I wish to tell Phil This is Patrick Stewart, and I always watch Pop Talk with Pacific414. Make it so.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome one and all to this very special edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk on this Sunday. This Sunday is celebrating 58 years of the original Star Trek. Along with Baron Norman Tag, Cash Money 007, I'm your host Mike, and today we are going to spend this very special day celebrating Star Trek by watching one of the best Star Trek movies ever made. That movie is Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, but not just any cut of that movie. It's not the theatrical cut. It is going to be the director's cut. So you get all the information that you need pertaining to a certain crewman Pressman and also some dialogue between Bones and Kirk, along with a few other things. But before I ask Baron and Cash how they're doing, I do want to also say that I am dedicating today's stream to absent friends. Those absent friends are Bird of Prey 5 and also Clobbering Times. Both of those gentlemen were massive Star Trek fans. They knew their Star Trek lore. They had things about various movies, various shows that they enjoyed, and things that, you know, like all of us, we nitpick. But I want to dedicate this stream to them in their eternal memory. So, Cash, how are you doing today?
I'm doing all right. I found a Baron over here, and he thought he found another donut, and uh-oh, it's like a creature.
Baron, any retort to that?
I got away.
You tried.
No, I got away. Okay. That's why I'm here. See?
Mm-hmm.
How could it have got me if I'm sitting here talking to you?
It's getting close, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was a close one.
Mr. Money, you were still out of uniform.
That's okay.
Just to mock me, he did that. You know that.
That's right. Somebody opened up Pandora's box last Sunday, so, you know.
Who was that? Me?
I wonder. Yes, you.
What did I do? I was innocent.
Uh-huh. Sure.
Mr. Money, you do realize that on this ship, we report to duty on time and in full uniform.
Sure.
No excuses whatsoever.
Where
I recommend.
Where are those Klingons when I need them?
I recommend you put on your proper duty uniform.
I sent you a
reprimand on your record.
Do you need another Klingon sent to you? I think I made you a Klingon. I'll get. Okay, tell you what. Let me try to find the Klingon so you can be happy, Mr. Ching Khan.
Nope, that's all right. And then
I'm
Baron
looking
was
for it. I'm looking
chasing
for it right now.
the Forbidden Donuts too, and they got
No, I'm,
mad.
I'm looking for it right now. There it is. There it is. So yeah, just a second here. Just check the Discord.
Baron, how are you doing today, Baron?
I'm irritated. I'm irritated at the flippancy of Cash Monet not taking this serious. I mean, how the immortal words of a certain young lady. How dare you? How dare you? The dogs agree. There you go.
I'm looking over Mr. Money's record, and I see several instances of insubordination against
That's
his
right.
prior commanding
More than
officer.
Baron, I doubt that though.
You've been catching up. But actually, I've been doing other than the insolence of Cash Monet.
That's right.
Well, how do you get that going, man? You found a program that work doing that stuff. Wow! And thank you for making me thinner. Thank you for making me thinner.
Well, like I said, I have sources with people, so
Did you talk to Fit for Hire again?
I have sources for people, man. I also found out that you gave a speech about the. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, you gave a speech about the acolyte to a lot of people, man. Look at how sad you are, Bear.
Oh, I know. I was sad. Look at that. And again, thank you for making me thinner. Yeah, it was. It was a sad day talking about the acolyte and how it's gone.
Attention on deck. We do have somebody joining us. Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
He is so big. He is the ship. It's Atomos.
Woohoo!
Welcome, Anonymous of the Federation Starship Anonymous B.
Is that anything like the Babylon Bee? I think we lost him. He's gone.
Communications. Is there something wrong with our subspace relay?
Probably.
He's in the she shed. He's in the shuttle she shed right now, and they must be going through that Magella cloud. So
I told him not to allow his dog around certain wires, but Baron didn't listen. So.
Oh gosh.
What do you mean me? What do you mean Baron? I'm here. You talking about
I turned off my mic.
Well, that was the best you sound. That was the best you sound, man.
Oh,
you had your mind make up.
All right, yeah, I was using Streamlabs to record my video, and I have to, when I'm like recording video from YouTube, I have to turn my mic off and then turn on my internal audio, and I forgot to change that back. So, my fault.
Yeah, we know.
Or in Star Trek speak, my communications was on the fritz. So
I understood. And I want to let you know that I did put the link to Cosme in the private chat for you, Anonymous. So
I am
when
there.
we start the movie, we can all enjoy. But how are you doing today, brother?
I am fine. How are you guys?
Pretty good.
I'm feeling better.
Feeling better. What's wrong with you?
He had the poof.
Yeah, I didn't see that anywhere. Where did you? Did I miss that?
I posted it in my community page that I wasn't feeling well. I had the flu.
That. Yep. On Twitter?
I mentioned it on Twitter, but I did post it in the community page on YouTube.
Yeah, we canceled some things because Mike wasn't around. So. Yep.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you feel better, buddy.
Mike doesn't want us to cancel, but it's like, no, you're part of the team, man. Come on, man.
Cash Pop's bad dude.
He is.
You can be sickly on a microphone just as well as you can in bed.
He didn't have a voice.
I didn't have a voice.
Oh, well. Text to speech.
I was rough.
Yes.
Well, you're always rough.
Oh. AI generated mic. Come on, we can do this. We have the technology.
Cash. Yeah, that's Cash,
That's true.
Mr. Tag, do I need to discipline you before we even start the movie?
What did I do
Throw him
now?
in the brig.
Throw him in the brig for sure. Yeah.
What did I do now?
He can have weird thoughts about donuts, eating them. So, yeah.
What you
donuts.
always do, Mr.
Donuts.
Tad.
I'm innocent.
Yeah, whatever.
Whatever, man.
Besides, I'm a captain.
But have you had a good week this week, Anonymous?
It's been peachy. I have not had any problems, and
Good, man.
Feeling good. Everything's fine. Got my video out.
Yeah,
Just
you did.
need to get the whole of the internet to watch it. That's cool. That'd be nice.
I watched your whole video the other day, Anonymous. So
I like
appreciate that. And even left a comment. Thank you, man.
I did, buddy.
Begging doesn't become you.
It doesn't, but sometimes you have to.
Please leave a like. Please leave a comment.
Just whatever thing you use for social media, man, put that out there.
Well, Twitter. I really put it on Twitter.
Discord, whatever. I mean, whatever you think might help. So
it'll be fine.
And if Baron doesn't watch it, just send him
I'm gonna go ahead and put the link to it in the chat on both YouTube and Rumble. And hello to all of you watching on YouTube and Rumble. Great to be back.
Hi guys. How you doing?
Hi everybody.
All here.
Yeah, YouTube and Rumble and hopefully on Twitch later. Yeah.
We stream where we choose to stream.
Yep.
Just don't stream where you drink the water. Oh, you won't. That's something else. Never mind.
Oh boy.
All right, I have the link to Anonymous's brand new video. Please check it out whenever you feel free to do so.
Yep.
Make sure to leave a comment. Consider subscribing to his channel.
Oh, I'll leave a comment. Oh,
yeah, Baron, subscribe by now. Come on, what's wrong with you?
Oh, I'm subbed. I'm subbed to you. I'm sure I'm subbed to you, unless they took it away. You never know with YouTube. I subscribe to stuff, they take the subscription away, those bastards. It makes me really pissed off. It makes me want to say F you to YouTube.
Mark
and by
Hamill.
the way, fuck you, Mark Hamill. Fuck you. I was leading into that animosity. Part of the stick is starting to pick. Come on, don't step on my feet here when I'm trying to do a shtick.
I'm sorry.
Before we get into watching Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, the director's cut, gentlemen, is there anything you want to say about the movie before we get started?
Well, go ahead. I heard a breath take out there. So,
that
then
I'll say this. Of all the Star Trek movies I've encountered in my life,
oh my god,
Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan is the most Star Trek. There you go.
My God, help us all.
I think we know who the Dr. McCoy of the group is. It's Baron.
You got that right. I mean,
he's illogical.
I'm grumpy too. Grumpy old docs.
Emotional outbursts.
Those donuts keep trying to chase you in your dreams, man. Come on, man.
No donut chases me in a dream. I chase the donuts.
The donut. Yes, Baron. I can know. Yeah, Baron.
Sorry, and Brandy, Baron.
Donuts fear me. Women want me.
Oh boy.
But when it comes around to Star Trek 2, which was the best Star Trek film until Star Trek Beyond came out, which was basically a copy. No, I mean, again, look how influential it was. 2 Star Trek films by the hack Jar Jar Abrams, and he has to steal so much. And hint, wink, wink to this movie shows the impact that this film truly has. Especially at the time when we thought this was going to be the last Star Trek film ever. Hence, of course, spoiler alert, if you didn't realize it, the death of Spock. No one expected that there would be a Star Trek 3.
Spock dies?
Yeah, he does.
Aww.
Then he comes back and he dies again, and then he's revived again, and he dies again. So I mean, all this film is Spock dying for an hour and a half. But
oh man.
Oh,
but you think about the power of this film. Now, I was talking before, and it was kind of funny. Cash was saying that his brother was hearing a little bit what I was saying about motion picture, about being an unfinished film.
Yeah.
Right, which was not an insult. It's just the fact that they were dragged. So much was going on that they weren't able to finish. Thank God we have that director's cut that came out of that film that made it a lot more watchable. But from that, with all that money, the small budget, bringing back a villain that, let's face it, if you would think of a villain from the original series at this time, one of the last ones you would think of is Khan. He was a one and done. Okay, we got this guy. We unfroze him. He tried to take over the ship, and we dumped him on the planet. Done and whatever. There's Harcourt Fenton Mudd. There's Kor. There's Koloth. There's there's all these others that we could probably brought back, but for some reason, he was the one who was picked, and they brought him back brilliantly, and with no small let's face it, look at Ricardo Montalbán, how he chewed the scenery. He did it properly.
Mm-hmm.
This film is the best Star Trek film of them all because it tackled many things. I know some people want to say it's not truly a Star Trek film because blah, blah, blah. No, this is truly what the heart of Star Trek is beyond Gene Roddenberry. I'm talking about this is Star Trek like Gene Kuhn, DC Fontana, David Gerald. I mean, I'm talking about the ones that brought in many of the things that we love so much about Star Trek. Star Trek, the motion picture, was Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek. This is the other contributors now. And it worked. And these people who did it didn't know anything about Star Trek. Nick Myers and Harv Bennett didn't know a damn thing about Star Trek. So what did they do? They did their homework.
Mm-hmm.
This is probably the most human Star Trek that we have in a motion picture form. When they say the human adventure is beginning, yes, the human adventure is beginning. And in a sense, you're peeking at the human adventure sailing off into the sunset. But then they decided, no, we're going to do Star Trek 3. This would have been a perfect film to end the Star Trek legacy with. And I'm glad it didn't. I'm glad we got more Star Trek. But this is a wonderful film. Nick Myers, my hat off to you. Harv Bennett, for all your flaws and such with Star Trek, my hat off to you too, and everybody involved in this film. This felt like Star Trek.
All right, Cass, what would you like to say about Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan?
It's just a great movie, a great villain, and it's just, I would say, out of the older Star Trek movies, this is still my favorite. I can watch this movie 1,000 times and still feel the same way. It's a great movie. It's kind of disgusting with the bugs and the it's really cool.
Only a couple scenes.
Yeah, only a couple scenes. That's right. Yeah, Khan is just a great villain, and I love great villains. So.
Mm-hmm. Cash kind of gave us the Phil McCracken run-up. Yeah, that's a good film. Yeah.
Well, speaking of Phil McCracken, I do want to welcome.
I said more than that, Baron. Hold on.
I do want to welcome Phil to the panel. Glad to have you here, Phil.
How you doing?
Oh,
Hey, Phil.
I forgive you for having Baron on. You know, he gets a little wild sometimes. Wild.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
That's an
He
understatement.
needs to be more like Khan's son.
Oh,
You know,
no.
When he talks, you listen, and then you don't say anything anymore. That's
well, we don't really know if that's Khan's son or
again,
not.
You have to understand he's suffering because, he's under oppression living under there in mini Somalia over there.
Oh,
With
boy.
its brand new great
Oh
flag.
boy.
Hey, wait until your best friend gets back home to Delaware.
I'd rather have my best friend in mini Somalia.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
I got a question.
Go ahead, Anonymous.
What does Pacific 1414 need with a Phil McCracken?
That's a lovely
Phil McCracken
statement.
is welcome to join us here on the panel. It's open to
Nobody
anyone who
needs
wants to
Phil
join us.
McCracken.
I'm here to say this is the second best movie of Star Trek.
Oh,
no.
boy.
Oh,
Thank you.
If you want
there's
a
a hot
more
take.
human-made with human emotion Star Trek movie, it's Star Trek 5. When you're looking for God.
Come on,
when
dude.
you're looking for God.
Oh,
but
boy.
This is a good movie after that disaster that people want to forget with their tidy whiteys going into space. The motion picture was a disaster. Yeah, I still can't believe as a kid I wanted to leave the theater.
Wow.
But I was willing to give Star Trek a second chance. So when this
This is
came
a man who
out,
likes Star Trek 5. So
Yeah.
I love Star
what
Trek 5.
can you trust a word that comes out of his
But-
mouth?
Well, he also likes Star Trek Beyond too. So,
I understand
mean-
why
Oh,
no.
it's mixed feelings for motion picture, but I still don't think
There's no
motion
mixed picture.
bad, really.
It bombed. It was it was a disaster. And what saved this film, even though they had two good directors,
But people found
they
it
were
later.
willing to listen to the cast, especially Leonard Nimoy, which put a lot of good emphasis in this movie.
well, actually,
That's why.
one thing I have to correct you on: the Star Trek the Motion Picture was not a bomb. It did make money. It just didn't do as well as they wanted to, but it was not a bomb of a film, which is why when they did do Star Trek 2, though, the budget
Star
was
Trek
low.
2's budget was cut.
Big time. And not only that, it went to the television division. Star Trek
Yep.
2 was not done by the motion picture division. It was done by the television division.
You know,
Hence our
people
bid.
a lot of times vote and they look at things with eyes. And you look at Star Trek, the motion picture, and you look at the image that, where you see my image, the people, the crew standing back there.
Yeah.
Look at the uniforms. 1,000 times better. That alone, eye candy, and that's a drastic improvement.
Oh, I'm not denying that, Bill.
Just the look was a disaster. So as you're sitting there in the movie theater watching, and it's not bad acting, but just watching the motion picture, you already got a bad look in your head of the image of everything. So you're already in a bad spot. I don't recall anybody saying as a kid leaving that theater with motion picture saying, "Oh, that was some cool uniforms." No.
Well, let's put in some perspective here too, Phil. Yeah, add some information.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason the motion picture even came about was because of a small little film called Star Wars.
That's exactly true. It was. I don't think if Star Wars was a success, that we would have got a Star Trek movie right away like we did. I don't think we would have saw it come out like that. We might have got one in the maybe early 80s, but not right away like we got there. And yeah.
Well, no. What we would have gotten was Star Trek Phase 2 if it wasn't for Star Wars.
We would have
They were
gotten
working-
this television series because they were already working on it. The sets were already designed.
Yeah, so we would have got a second second series with Zahn instead of Spock. But when the Star Wars did so well, they started thinking, "Oh, maybe we should turn this into a movie." That's where the debacle came from. And if they were going to go that way, they should have gone absolutely fresh. But Star Trek Motion Picture wasn't a bomb; it did make it. But yeah, you are right. It was for a kid. This who came out and they saw Star Wars, Buck Rogers, Battlestar Galactica, all this stuff. This was 2001 in Star Trek form, and it was more geared for adults, not kids. So of course, a kid, especially like me, where I'm sitting back saying these clouds are, when are we going to get out of this cloud thing here? We've been doing this for 15 minutes. But it still made money, and thank God it did, so we could have this film that really launched Star Trek.
Yeah, it really did.
And it shows that you don't have to throw money at a film to make it successful. Especially when you had, again, like I said before, the television division making this movie with television people, and they outdid Gene Roddenberry. When he was trying to do, and all he could do is spend money here, spending money there, spend money. Gene Roddenberry went nuts with the money, and that was the problem with the first film. But thank God it made a profit, and this one just shows otherwise you don't need to do that. at least thank God we have the sets to repurpose for this film. They have to make really all these new ones. And boom, here you go. And just to let you know, the Star Trek motion picture uniforms are still used in this film. The NCO uniforms, people want to call them cadet uniforms, but the NCO uniforms, those jumpsuits, and of course they still have the security guards uniforms from the first film. All they were re-dyed, re-looked, and that became those uniforms. So they even repurposed the old motion picture uniforms.
And I do want to say hello to DJ Ronnie G, and he brings up a good point when it came to Star Trek the Motion Picture in particular. You know, 5 straight minutes of Starship dry dock scenes showing you the refit Enterprise. And as much as I love the Matt Jeffries original Constitution class design, I love the refit design just that much more.
Yeah.
Because of all the fine lines and...
Well, you know, I said it before about the motion picture Enterprise. And yeah, we love the original one. But the motion picture Enterprise is like, okay, you did the TV series, you dated this good-looking girl in high school, and that was the original Enterprise. You broke up. Now you're coming back to your 10th anniversary for high school or whatever, and you walk in, it's like, my God, she looks even better now. She aged so well. And that's exactly it. They were able to mesh that design and make it so much beautiful. It is, I have to say, it is my favorite Star Trek Enterprise design next to the Jeffries one. It's those two. Boom.
Mm-hmm. I mean, just, you know, the cinematography you can get with the refit design. It's just amazing how that ship looks.
Mm-hmm. And you still have people that complained about that whole scene, the Star Trek. I need to have a cigarette afterwards scene. It's like I can watch that over and over again. I mean, they have it on YouTube, just that scene, and even fan edits where they redid it and put did a little bit more of that special effects and made it smoother. How can you not love that? That's your first chance to see the ship, and you got to see it at angles and at views that you never had before. Of course, those scenes were reused, albeit trimmed down for this film.
Yeah, and just to let everybody know real quick, I do have the link for Cosme pinned in the chat, along with the link to join us here on the panel if you want to, because, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to disembark.
What?
On this incredible journey.
Detach all moorings.
Okay. Turn
Clear all moorings.
Turn the lights down, folks. Get your popcorn ready. It is time.
Here we go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm taking us out.
Thank you. Why is it all blurry? There we go. That's better. I had to put my glasses on.
Genetics.
Just listen to that Horner music. How he's bringing it up.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't that put goose pimples in the back of your neck?
It's great music. It was a great choice.
Rest his soul.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Horner, who's...
Isn't it nice to be watching a captain that can actually throw a punch?
Music reminds me of
Here we go.
Of course, for some who might not know, the music very familiar, because James Horner did the music for Battle Beyond the Stars, which was used over and over again in Corman productions. And you have to admit, no matter what you think about Battle Beyond the Stars, the freaking music was awesome, and it shows here.
Baron likes Battle Beyond the Stars because he likes the hot dog scene.
And,
yes,
and
right.
I don't know about you guys, but if you've ever watched Titanic, when Titanic is about to leave port, you hear some of the same themes that he's using here.
Yeah.
Because James Horner wrote the music for Titanic.
Hey, wait, what's this? Paul Winfield? No, impossible. We never had. Ooh, who's this chick? Introducing Kirstie Alley? Ooh, who's this? Welcome to Fantasy Starship.
Representation. Thinking freaking DAI movie.
What a great Spanish actor Ricardo Montalbán was.
See,
it's amazing.
I know a lot
the
of people
guy did voice
misidentify him and
acting
think
and
he's
all.
from
Yeah.
Mexico. He lived in Mexico. It's
Yeah.
very
Fantasy
integrated
Island.
thing.
I mean, Fantasy Island wouldn't be as good without him. So not nearly
Yeah.
as good. Mhm.
no. Well, that proved it when they tried to bring it back. And the thing, Gene Roddenberry didn't like this film, but then again, it's because he was pissy. He was all pissy because he wasn't involved. They told him to shove off because of Star Trek motion picture.
Mm-hmm.
But again, this is one of the most Star Trek films ever.
I never get tired of watching it.
In the 23rd century. I mean, how awesome is that?
So how much would the director's cut is added to this, would you say? So
About
from
4 minutes or so.
Yeah, 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay,
I'll let you know when some of the scenes are.
sure.
Anyone who's watched the theatrical version and watched the director's cut knows when the inserted scenes are there.
Oh yeah, both multiple times. See. When she spun around that first time, it was like, "Oh, you got my heart, woman."
Well, Kirstie Alley had a lot of range, so that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yes, she did.
And look what a good job they did repurposing those NCO uniforms.
Mm-hmm. Even their approach to relighting the set,
Yeah.
as compared to what you saw in the motion picture.
I would have liked to have a little bit lighter of a, the other way around where Khan's was darker and this one was lighter, but hey, it still works. Damn. I love that. Now, people have problems with that, but what they dropped out of the script that was really in there in the history of it, she's half Romulan. Half Vulcan, half Romulan.
Mm-hmm.
And
Not
Spock. And she was the original Mikey Berman because Spock discovered her and rescued her.
So technically, she's two halves of two things that's really one.
Right. But the one is the passion, one is the logic.
But they're still the same, technically, same race.
Mm-hmm. Technically. But they were
And of course,
separated long enough.
When you're seeing the E7s here, that's just repurposed shots from the motion picture.
Yeah. But God, I love those ships. That was used so much in the previews for the cable networks. Well, Spock's dead.
Man, this was a short movie.
Yeah, I mean, I told you, he dies, comes back, dies, and comes back. I love that. And they hear him called Captain the first time.
Mhm. Because that's the rank he held at this point in the movie. That's the rank he was at.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
I love how Kirk is in this. See,
And one of the messages this movie is conveying is that the crew of the Enterprise that we know, they're in the twilight of their careers.
mm-hmm.
Their best young days are behind them.
Right. This is middle-aged crazy Kirk. And it
He's having
goes
an
with
existential crisis.
well, I mean, it goes with what the original title of this film is supposed to be, and that was The Undiscovered Country. But of course, pinheads at Paramount didn't think that we were able to comprehend what that meant. And of course, that meant, you're heading towards death, and which is very apt, especially with one of the characters. But everyone is starting to feel their age. At least Kirk is.
Can't read. I know how that goes.
The shuttle. Look at that. You know what? There was a little bit of, damn you. You're going to the ship, I'm going home. But look at his home. Look at all his.
Look at all his memorabilia, his antiques, his collectibles.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at that view. He gets to look right over the San Francisco Bay.
Yep. First time we ever had a year.
Mm-hmm.
It's mouthwash they're drinking.
Let's dream.
Oh, come on. Kirk would have known that, though. Don't know.
Smooth.
Yeah. One of the reasons why ramen nails
Illegal.
that, and I'm sure there's trade embargoes. And look at the background. They even have the lights flashing in the buildings.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at that neat computer. Bull. This movie has some of the best bones.
Mm-hmm.
I think this film even hit close to homes for the actors too,
Mm-hmm.
which made it easier. And that's the scene.
Yep. And if you watch the theatrical version, you know where they cut out a certain part of that scene.
Yeah, I really liked that scene. That was awesome.
And this is the first time you see a Miranda class starship.
Mm-hmm. In the old days, it was called the Reliant class, then became the Avenger class. Now it's Miranda. Hey, wait a moment. What's this? No, this is impossible. Did
Paul
someone
Winfield.
CGI this film?
It's Paul Winfield. Careful. Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra.
He's in the wrong franchise.
Yep.
It's funny that actor right there. Of course, he was in an episode of Family Matters.
What, you talk about Paul Winfield?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. He was in a lot of stuff, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
great
he's a
actor.
good
very
character actor.
versatile.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice to see Pavel
Oh,
Chekhov got a promotion. And there's Mr. Kyle.
Mm-hmm.
Love that prop.
Yep.
Best sci-fi prop in the history of the world.
I mean, you see that prop show up in other episodes of Next Gen, DS9, Voyager.
Other franchises, it's a rent-a-prop.
Mhm.
That's what it is.
Yep.
Actually, most of the stuff in this film is a rent-a-prop.
Last Starfighter.
Mhm. I love the distinctive set flavors for the ships, the stations.
Mm-hmm. It lets you know that it's still Starfleet, but it's a different division of Starfleet.
Right. And even the design, a little bit of that design, because it's a space station. So aesthetics are still there, but there's differences.
I wish there would be more people in the entertainment industry that goes, you know what? Let's make cool looking ships. I just I'm not a fan, Baron, and I know you and Mike, we've talked about this before. I'm not a fan of these cheap looking ships, man. I don't care if they're in Star Wars or Star Trek or whatever. Like, make cooler looking ships. Put more time into it, please. Yeah, and
agree.
Anonymous too.
I mean, the worst looking Enterprise ever made was the Abrams films Enterprise. I'm sorry. It looked like tortured sheet metal. It's like,
I'll have to look at that again.
Oh God, those are horrible. Horrible designs they had for both of them.
So Cash Money's going to be complaining to NASA that they haven't had a good-looking spaceship yet, right?
No, NASA.
He already has.
Yeah, right. Sure. No, Phil has. I don't think NASA has bad-looking ships. I'll have to look at theirs again, but.
Of course, a touched-up space outfits that they had for Star Trek: The Motion Picture.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's nice about some of these lower budgets. They are forced to have to use stuff so they keep things, the continuity, looking good. Now, what's interesting is a scene that was cut. I don't even know if it even survived. They're supposed to have seen the little kid run somewhere, kind of off on the side. Boom.
I don't think that's in here.
No, it never made it back into this. And then they also had later on the kid reappeared on the Reliant at the end too. And it was kind of hinted at that this was like Khan's kid.
And give it the old alien facehugger treatment.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Watch it, Burke. He likes you.
And right there, Moby Dick. That's the big thing of what this film is kind of
And
about.
then what do you see on that belt buckle?
Botany Bay. Oh no.
Some will say, but how will Chekhov know? Chekhov was only seen in season 2. There's always been a theory that it was either an engineering hand or a lower deck hand.
Yep. Actually, the novel did address that he was in another section of the ship at the time. And I love that
I love this great reveal.
Mm-hmm. Sand people are worse. It's the Fremen.
Even sand people would go, wait, COD? No, we're out.
Yep.
Welcome to Fantasy Island.
I don't know you.
That guy played the Phoenix on the TV show. I don't remember his name.
Yep. Justin Scott. And what's amusing is,
how do you remember me? You just passed me in the hallway once.
His superior intellect.
The man. And he acts like royalty, like a Khan.
Have you ever watched an interview with Ricardo Montalbán where he explains how he was able to find Khan again, specifically for this movie?
Oh, I can't remember. I mean, I've seen it, but I have a mental block on it.
Yeah, he talks about it in this one interview where said it took him a little while to find the character. He even watched the episode again to try to jog his memory, and then in the course of getting ready for the movie, he found it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's just a part that he did how long ago.
Yeah.
Why would he remember all that stuff? He was doing a lot of other things since then.
And hello to Spock. Spock, if you want to join us on the panel and watch the movie, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah.
Both links are pinned in the chat.
Admiral. No, that's not good. I love how he says Admiral so mockingly.
Appreciate you stopping by, Spock.
I remember that. Remember the Unit 4? Wouldn't they have noticed that a planet was missing?
You would have think the sensors would have picked it up and compared it to their previous star charts. They would have told them.
You would think they would have space probes that would detect this type of stuff.
I mean, there's something epic about this film, but it's still great.
For Starfleet, a planet exploding probably would have been pretty high on their sensors. Somewhere.
I would think so. Oh, here comes Cash's favorite scene. It's the California doodle bug.
Some of the most disgusting stuff you've ever seen in Star Trek.
I don't know. It's, the episode.
Well, I mean,
conspiracy with the guy exploding.
What the Borg did to the Starfleet was pretty brutal, but
just watch Conspiracy from the first season.
Yep.
Oh, poor little baby.
First season of Next Generation.
Your repugnance of the scene is kind of like how I feel every time I see that so-called bald captain.
Oh boy. You have really that hatred towards Picard.
He's a closet Picard lover. Just don't mind him.
That's right.
And speaking of first seasons, Justin Scott, who plays Yoakum, and of course Merritt Burt, how you pronounce his last name, as Kirk's son there, appeared together in Next Generation.
Yep.
Burtwick. And Justin Scott came back in Voyager as a Romulan.
And it's good to see you, Ron. You're Ron. If you want to watch the movie, link is pinned to the top. And if you want to join the panel, the link is there as well.
Yeah, you take it for a walk.
He's gonna go for a walk, all right.
Feed him and give him a bath. Is that what you do?
Yeah, no. I think you take a fire extinguisher.
What's good about this too, and we had Carol Marcus, and here we go.
Or a flamethrower, excuse me. Flamethrower,
yeah. The tongue sticking out was a nice touch.
Watch, Cash. Watch.
And it's,
I've seen this scene at least a few times in my life.
What's interesting too is, with Carol Marcus, that's kind of a throwback to the first episode of Star Trek that wasn't the cage, where No Man's Gone before, where Gary Mitchell was talking about that blonde that Kirk was seeing in during Starfleet Academy.
And when it comes to the original series, don't watch it in the original order that NBC aired the episode. Watch it in production order.
Yep. Well, look at that beautiful ship. Of course, the one scene that was cut out and never put back in was where they talk about the Sulu getting USS Excelsior, which would have been right about here.
So, for you men out there, which do you prefer? I know JJ's movie sucks, but
well, they're
Carol
just
Marcus
there,
of
man.
Wrath of Khan or Carol Marcus of
that's apples and oranges. This is an older Carol Marcus. This is again, this is the older one, and let's face it, BB was pretty good, still good looking at there in there. I would have dated her, but then again, at that time we're about the same age.
She was the first Carol Marcus I saw, so go with the OG. And Glenn Schroeder, it's great to see you, brother. It has been a long time.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Such a better coming aboard this Enterprise than it was on Motion Picture with the mishap with their transporters.
Well,
only proves
Well,
the
by,
point that
by this
McCoy was
time,
right
all
the
of the
whole entire
systems
time.
on the Enterprise will be operating at normal parameters.
Well, I mean, in the first film, there we go. There's a, and Kirk knows who he is. So remember, red means cadet, black means regular crew member for the uniforms for the engineering. So.
Time for space elf language.
This is Vulcan, Phil.
It's Vulcan, man. What the hell?
Hey, space elf language.
She's so racist.
If I remember right, James Doohan had a hand in doing that. Now we're going to come to one of the extended scenes here.
Yep.
Okay.
He's gonna white glove it. I love that.
You know.
So you're in space. Not the dust, Captain. Not the one single dust.
And here it is. Sir. Yep, Glenn, we're both here.
Forgiven.
And of course, that was the extended scene. Now we know that Peter Preston is Scott's nephew.
Right. That's
But
cool.
interesting to note, though, and when it was Scotty was written for the original series, he didn't have any siblings. So, but no one really knew much about that. So who cares? Flux capacitors?
Flux chillers, Bear, not capacitors. You're going to need 1.21 gigawatts of electricity to power the flux capacitor.
Oh, that's right. It's the next film that we get the flux capacitor. I forgot.
Lots of sci-fi franchises have things that flux. So,
well, see, I mean, if you're going to go traveling in time, you got to do it in style. That's why you have a bird of prey.
Of course.
I love this next part coming up, guys. Because it would be all of us.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Spock doing his doing.
Oh yeah, this is Spock tweaking. This is poking the stick a little bit. And yeah, I'd be McCoy. Oh yeah.
And I'd be Kirk. Going,
And that's Cash Money doing that bit.
You know, as a kid when I was watching this the first time, and
good to see you, Alan.
Freaked me out every time they were calling her Mister.
Yeah.
But then I realized growing up that in the Navy,
right,
they refer to everybody, regardless of sex.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, and we've seen this before in older stuff too, where you've had the being called sir and stuff. It's just like a sign of respect.
Right.
She was trans.
No, come on.
Oh, give it up, Anonymous.
Anonymous.
And of course, and one thing though they did about this one, they did clean up this because, well, you can still see the armature. If you take a look on just off the side of the Enterprise here, you can see the armature that was doing the blackout.
Please remember this clean image of the
That ship
Enterprise
looks great
because
from
we get the
all
burnt-
angles.
It really
We get the
does.
burnt one next to after halfway through this movie.
I
and
love
into
that
the next.
design.
Yeah, it hurt to see. Oh my!
That's that. Oh my!
Oh my!
We're
We're
going-
going to
we're-
Gayland.
Yeah, I was just gonna say gay planet. Yeah, we're going to gay Wrigley planet.
Instead of Riza, we're going to Gaza.
Of course, that's from the motion picture, just upside down. It looks better that way too.
We see what the Genesis device actually looks like.
Mm-hmm. Now, according to the novel, that guy up there was supposed to be a Dalton, but that was from the novel. Yeah, he looks like that. Hey, it's Bester.
Yep.
I like the guy with the white beater back there. Timothy Cook. Good little zombie.
Right.
Oh, look how beautiful she is.
Like a pale blue lightsaber in
Mhm.
Star Wars.
Mhm.
Oh, looking
Yep. Trust me.
nice and, come hither.
Christy Alley was a beautiful woman.
She was.
And she was a conservative, so she was smart.
That's only logical. I remember seeing an interview with her, or someone was saying about her that she was such a Star Trek fan that she used to put her ear, with the upper part of the ear, and try to make them pointed because she had a big thing for Spock. Now I don't know how true that story is, but it's one I heard.
Think her and Spock kind of made out in the back of the engine room, or maybe.
Well, that's Star Trek 3. Star Trek 3. That.
Who's holding up the elevator?
Yeah.
What is it with you,
Between the
Kirk?
two here. Mhm.
Look at Bones. He's like, oh shit.
Mhm. Oh, look at that. Sorry. I wish we would have left a big screen in the cabin.
Mm-hmm.
Please note Carol Marcus's hairstyle.
70s.
No, but just
80s.
take note of it and just remember it, okay? Just remember it because there's going to be something really neat that comes up on this.
Okay.
And let's also not forget, if you've ever played Star Trek 25th Anniversary on the PC, Carol's in that game.
Mm-hmm. It's so sad that they never brought her back to the movies. Unfortunately, the actress has passed, but I mean, she's still a damn good-looking woman, really.
Well, you know how it goes, Baron. Like, there's characters that seem like supporting characters, and then people I want more of this character, and then they don't bring them back, and it annoys people, which for good reason.
She had a hard rocking body.
Well, I wish in Generations they would have made it known that it was her that Kirk finally married and was living in the mountains with.
Mm-hmm.
Look at how this shot's done up.
Yeah, that's all you need. It's just the camera aiming right at Leonard Nimoy, and then the reflection of William Shatner in the mirror.
Yeah. It's just, wow.
Well, I find it interesting, even like this is, a lot of people's favorite Star Trek movie of this franchise. And then, with Next Generation, the favorite one, of course, is First Contact.
Mm-hmm.
But some of this other stuff, Insurrection and so on, I don't know. I just never hated it. Like, I didn't know there was such a mixed feelings about it, but I guess it depends how much you want the...
Ever.
I don't know about that, man. The next one was pretty bad. Nemesis was pretty awful, so it's a mess.
They didn't learn anything by not doing white uniforms.
But see, what I like here in this scene is Kirk still has respect for Spock as a friend and as a commanding officer to ask him for permission to take command of the Enterprise.
Right. Respect. And Kirk and Spock is prodding him.
The joke?
Yep. Oh yeah, Vulcan's Joe. It's logical. Mm-hmm. Always have been and always will be. Mm-hmm.
It's commitment.
Mm-hmm.
They know what their duty calls. They know what their friendship calls, and sometimes duty upstarts a friendship.
Mm-hmm. Not the same as with Decker.
No. Scotty's happy about that.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime you can get the engines of the Enterprise going, Scotty's happy.
Mm-hmm. Aye, sir. George, why do you have to be such a prick? I mean, Sulu's such a great character.
He is.
Mm-hmm.
We still love the character.
He's
we
done,
may not agree with
the actor's done some good voice acting
view,
too. I mean, The actor
Well,
was also a voice in. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Well, it's not the political views per se. It's just how he acts to even the fans, just like Hamill. You know, it's like no.
Yeah, you should always understand your fan base. You know how
And
that
it's good
goes
to
lately.
see T-Gab Steve. Good to see you, brother.
Hello.
He tasked me.
I mean, and the relationship
That
between those two.
delivery.
Oh yeah, the whole thing. You can see he's obsessed. He's around the bend. You know.
Yes.
Blinded by hatred.
Mm-hmm.
Blinded by the loss of his wife too.
Who was Marla Givers, or how we pronounce that last name?
Yep.
Well, when you're the superior intellect, your ego gets a little inflated. You know, like T-Gap Steve. You know,
our Cash, yeah.
Pop
no,
Talk,
or Baron, please.
Cash
Baron.
isn't in uniform
episode.
yet. Look at me. I'm in uniform. Look how good I look.
Oh, well.
Hey, T-Gap.
There's a reprimand on Cassius record.
I'm surprised you're not doing your mashup.
I want to go with Kirk.
Kirk. Spock's going, you've been keeping secrets from me. Yeah, look at that. He gives that little look to. I love how the stuff is. I always thought this was neat back in the day. It's like, you know, it's, like,
it's crazy that all the cool things they did, and I mean, this movie's 82, so
yep.
We were all waiting for this too. Like, when are we going to have to scan our eyeballs to get into some place?
Mm-hmm.
Never happened. Well, I mean, there are places that do that, but it's like
now look at her here or there.
I take place.
This is one of the little things that you had in this film. The hairstyle is different because this is supposed to take place. So many, you know, how many people put that little bit of effort into their movies? You know what I mean?
Well, little details have gone out of films, unfortunately, Baron, and they should come back. But yeah,
right.
Well, they're thinkers. The guys who made this are thinkers. You know, they're just like,
you have to
well, this
think
is supposed to be years ago. There's no way she's going to have the same hairdo. We're going to have to redo her hair. You know, that's just
right.
Exactly.
You sit around thinking about this sort of thing.
That's
Most
right.
people just bypass it. I'll just put her in there. It's okay. Put her in a different outfit. That's fine.
And here's ILM CGI.
Well, it was also early Pixar. Let's not forget that.
That's true.
That's cool. Yeah.
And it was still good. Look at it. It still holds up, man, for what it is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a simulation.
Mm-hmm.
And T-Gap also brings up a point about this film. Neither William Shatner or Ricardo Montalbán filmed scenes together.
No. William Shatner laments that.
These guys were like bitter enemies, fighting it out, duking it out. They never had a scene together. That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, it's like Out of Balance of Terror, you know, where the Ramen Commander and Kirk, you know.
Yeah.
And in some ways, that holds up even more tension in that they don't actually meet face to face, even though originally they were meant to. There was supposed to be this big fight, and Khan was supposed to be having this, you know, mental powers and messing with Kirk's mind, but they did away with that for many reasons.
And yes, you know, it's been a rough year for the YouTube community, losing Sean, losing Bird of Prey 5, and losing Clobber Times, and so many others. And again, I want to emphasize that this stream is dedicated to our absent friends.
This is pure McCoy Spock. Kirk on the side. I love this.
Never trust somebody with ultimate power.
I love this part. Huh? You know, even notice the details that even the seat coverings are different between the two ships.
Mm-hmm.
On the Reliant, you have rich Corinthian leather.
Nice wide
Enterprise
shot
is
of the
cloth.
Reliant.
Yes, it is. Oh, I fell in love with this ship. When it comes to Starfleet ships, it's like number 2.
Well, the Miranda became the workhorse of the Starfleet.
Yep. Well, and it's funny how it came about because, of course, because of the budget being lower, all they were going to do was have 2 Constitution classes battling out with each other. Just they're going to do a different paint job on the Reliant. But they said, no, it'd be too confusing, whatever. So let's design another ship. The Reliant suffered the same fate as the Enterprise, where it was the Enterprise was designed, and Gene Roddenberry took it and held it upside down and said, "Hey, it looks great." And that's how the Enterprise came with the nacelles up and all that, when it was supposed to be the other way around. Same thing happened with Reliant. It started off, it's like, no, let's turn it upside down and have the engines down. It's cold in space, folks. Oh, look at that.
Yep.
It all holds up still, too.
Mm-hmm. Sacrifice of Angel, the Miranda class, and
and even all this stuff here, what they're doing, it's just like,
one big happy family.
raise ours.
What's their shield supposed to raise that yellow alert?
They should have
Non-yellow.
already been at yellow alert.
Huh?
Like, wow. Look at those mega phasers. When the trainees ran.
Now we're getting there, Baron.
Yep. But yeah, you're seeing it, though. They're running.
Mm-hmm.
It's the guys with the black that are grabbing the stuff and getting this.
Right. They knew exactly where to hit us.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
And the red lights on the Reliant making it look even more.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and how that music boom. Oh, perfect.
The music and the scene work well together.
Mm-hmm. It's how a score should be with a movie.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Ouch. I love how we see them turn and start talking in the background like that. Just like we see in the original series when they did that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're taking the injured off. Mm-hmm. See, they're doing the same thing. Ooh.
And you even use the prefix code in Star Trek 25th Anniversary on PC.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know the feeling.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I love how they threw that line in there
Mm-hmm.
to stop people like us going, well, how do you know he didn't do it?
Like, right, Spock's always looking ahead. He's quite intelligent.
Well, it's also to relate to the audience that
That's right.
Khan is a very intelligent man.
He is.
Mhm.
There's no doubt about that.
And they're not underestimating him.
Nope. You can't underestimate somebody like Khan. That's a bad idea.
No.
Here it comes.
No.
Raise them.
What?
Raise them. That's right. Raise them.
I
It'd be great if
can't.
you. I can't. It would be funny if he said
The
The
what.
override.
too.
The override.
Oh, the look on his face, like, oh no, we're screwed.
Boom. We see the fire extinguishers that use.
Mhm.
Oh, that was such a great scene. Oh,
Yep.
Yeah, it really is.
Fly over.
Shatner promised us that for Star Trek V, and we never got it. He never delivered.
No,
you know that scene in Star Trek 2 would come. Yep, that would have been great. Nothing.
Except get caught with my britches down.
The closed captions really having a hard time keeping up with the words.
Yeah.
Yep. And now it makes this scene much more powerful.
Yep. Spock knows.
Mm-hmm. It's just, and I love how they do that where he's fighting his emotion. I love it.
That poor guy's got a complete face bandage.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't never gonna look the same.
Well, it is the 23rd century. You never know.
Well, you know, it ain't TNG yet.
And
so
now we're going to get into more of the extended.
If they can cure in Star Trek 4 kidney disease, they can fix something.
That's right. I love that scene, Phil. That is
they
a
can
great
paste you a
scene.
new face on.
What is this? The dark? What is this? The Dark Ages?
Okay. Mm-hmm. Of course, Preston passes, and now comes that added.
Adds more weight.
That's what really irritates me now with a lot of modern entertainment. Like, they don't make these deaths matter as much as they should. They don't make them impactful. It's annoying.
Mm-hmm. Crazy. The power of having that blood stain.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
Give Doohan credit.
Mm-hmm. All of them in this scene.
Yeah. Showing how torn up Scotty is.
Well, not only that, how Shatner had to play Kirk that I know Scotty's in a bad place, but we got to keep on going. And,
Mm-hmm.
no, we're officers.
They didn't think about capture at that time.
Yeah. This is 40 years ago, man. Plus. I love this gas station pull-up scene that they got. This is beautiful, man.
I know.
Why they didn't do more of that?
I don't know.
I mean, if anything, this movie shows how using miniatures and filming them in certain ways could even work today. I
Of
think
course.
a lot of Hollywood filmmakers have forgotten that.
Well, yeah, because they rely so much on CGI, and then there's usually too much in some of these films.
And better, using the practically better. Now, notice the wandering bloodstain, by the way.
Yeah, yeah, a little lower a while ago.
Yeah, but no, I mean exactly. Why do you need to have
movie mistakes? Mm-hmm. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh no, I mean, why do you need CGI when you got? Look at this film; it holds up.
No, you don't need that much CGI. You know,
CGI should be exactly what it was meant to be to begin with, just an enhancement.
not
Right.
not everything. It should have just. I have this practical effect. I really wanted to make it look a little bit better, so we CGI a little bit in there just to polish it off. But
Right.
they just took it and ran and made
Yeah,
it
like I didn't
crap.
I didn't until I like paid attention. Even things like lens flares. It's like if stuff is used too much, it just doesn't look good.
I mean,
No.
look at this shot. I mean, wow.
Just
There's your lens
remember,
flare.
this is awesome film technology from 1982.
Yeah.
82.
Right.
Consider where it was 10 years before this. You wouldn't have had this type of shots.
That's true.
I mean, you had 2001, but they really worked hard on that one. But other than that, yeah, it's like.
And I do like the design of the hand phasers in this picture.
Yeah, the motion picture Star Trek 2 ones, yeah.
Yeah, they had to evolve, and they. I think they did a good job on these.
Even though I do have to say 3-4 phasers that they had, I like those even more because they had that modern design of the old. But these are nice too. I like these too.
Yeah.
Kirk's the preppy. He has his collar up.
The one thing that I didn't like though is like in the first season of TNG or maybe the second two, but their phasers and those just look retarded. I hated those.
Oh, you're talking about Dustbuster?
Yeah, the Dustbusters. Yeah, I just hate.
I like
that came on. I was like, "What are these things?"
I liked them.
They weren't bad. I don't think
they got better, but I didn't like those.
There you go, your shock factor. Yeah, this scene really did a good job with the tension.
Highly technical.
Oh, we're getting to this scene now. Oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
He put creatures in our bodies.
I would have thought that McCoy would at least run a scan over him.
Yeah, really. You sure still ain't.
Especially after he said that. Yeah. I mean, yeah, there are holes in this film. It's not a perfect in that sense, but it's still the best.
Has there ever really been a perfect film, though, Baron? I mean,
no.
I think that would be really hard to.
Even Back to the Future had some flaws.
Sure.
Even Citizen Kane.
If you look hard enough, for sure, yes.
Well, I mean, with the first scene, Rosebud, and they said that's his last word, and it's like, well, who heard him say that?
Yeah.
No, I'm serious.
No, I know, man. I understand. Yeah.
This whole Nisi another captain. I mean, I love the character Terrell. I just wish, but then never mind. I'm not going to give anything away. Think of the trauma Chekhov would have had from that.
Mm-hmm. Well, think about it. That creature's still inside him and Terrell.
Mm-hmm. And it's kind of neat that, of course, they have Savick doing all this with Kirk at Spock. Of course, that's foreshadowing. And if there was going to be another one, well, Safik was going to take over.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love this. Now that's Star Trek humor.
Yes.
Yeah, that is.
It's all
That's got to be something for what's it? My gosh, I hate it when my brain has a fart. Bones, he hates transporters already.
Yep.
And then he's has to go into some place that he doesn't know where he's going, even if there's a place to go. He'll be crapping his pants.
Well, after that tragic accident on the motion picture, he seems to be right.
Well, they always said there was a risk,
Always.
David Marcus wants to kill Kirk.
I was going to say, you got to have Kirk get into a fight.
Mm-hmm. I know she changed all her scientific stuff while those guys stayed in theirs. How appropriate.
And see, folks, that's a sample of a real captain that knows how to throw a punch.
You were still on that, dude.
Forever and a day.
Don't move. And I love how the scene, how you can tell they're fighting it. They're trying to fight it.
Mm-hmm.
Your Excellency.
What is that wristband connected to?
I don't know.
Well, we know that phase was not on stun.
Nope.
Captain Gene. I'm so quick.
I love how James Horner even made his music sound like it came from the original series in a little bit.
Yeah. I hate this scene because I like Terrell.
Of course,
too.
man.
But don't worry, Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra.
Mm-hmm.
Makes the triumph a comeback and
Watch
then dies
his
again.
ears, Cash. Watch his.
I've seen it a few times, man. This is gross, but it's effective for sure.
What is that?
It's the opposite in space. It's an ear instead of a tapeworm.
And actually, that's a director's cut thing because they had it to the original where you had the full view like that instead of just the ear. Just in the original release was just the ear. That poor little eel didn't deserve that.
Sure, it didn't.
It's just a baby.
It was
He
just
got
a
aborted.
baby. It's fine. It goes in ears. It's just having fun. It goes into the brain. It's fine.
No, they don't. They don't use the phasers at all in the motion picture.
They were originally going to. When the probe came on board the Enterprise at first, the security team were supposed to have shot phasers at it, but they never used it. But they took that out. Yeah, I'm going full nerdy on this, folks. My apologies.
Listen, there's nothing to be apologizing for, man.
I'm apologizing, damn it. Take it.
No.
I'm apologizing for once. Take it, man. I rarely do that.
One.
It shows how
You'll
great
never get
this
it
movie is.
again.
Yeah.
You know what he's thinking right there? He loves that rich Corinthian leather.
I've heard you.
Right.
Mm.
So many great lines.
And I wish to go on
Yes.
hurting you.
Yes.
I shall leave you as you left
You
me,
left me buried alive.
marooned
As you left her. Yeah.
for an eternity.
Mm-hmm.
That
Buried alive.
In space, you can hear Kirk scream.
That's right.
but only Kirk.
You know, in their world or universe, that scream is still going through space.
Yes.
You know that he did that to play him because he knew he wasn't buried alive. He just satiate his need for revenge.
Don't spoil it, Anonymous.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Everybody in the world hasn't seen this yet.
Anonymous just goes in the
Anonymous just goes there.
Yeah.
I'm going for the jugular. Screw you all.
That's right.
Food at a time like this.
You know, we have. I've never mentioned that William Shatner has a great hairpiece. You can't even tell.
T-Gap, I'm not wearing
Here we
pants.
go again.
I'm not wearing pants.
Hey,
T-Gap.
it's important.
That's
because
more
the other
information
guy
than I
don't
wanted to
even
know.
wear a hairpiece.
Oh, it's shorts. Okay, I'm wearing shorts. So there.
Shorts are not part of the regulated in uniform, Mr. Barron.
Yes, it is actually. Did you know that during the filming? Because you know,
Not on this ship.
the monster maroons that they're wearing, as we called them, were so hot and such. Whenever you saw George Takei at the sitting at the helm, he's actually wearing shorts because you can't see below the waist. You know.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So you know what? Shorts are acceptable. Possibilities.
I'm right there with you, T-Gap.
Oh, come on. Yeah. Oh my. This is it. This is the thing. Right here. This is what sums the whole thing up. See, this is the perfect way about heroes fading away. How they failed with Picard, how they failed with so many other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The weight of the universe is on him because he feels, he's beyond his prime. And the regrets that he has.
Being able to spend time raising a family instead of gallivanting across the stars.
It's only a matte painting.
Yeah, but look at the
Good
work
one.
they put into that matte painting.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. The water
That
falling.
waterfall, the light behind the clear glass.
Cook. You can cook, babe. Look at that. Beautiful.
He's expecting to see an Enterprise, and he doesn't see it.
Nope. Where is she? You'd figure she'd know that.
I don't like those
Always,
communicators.
always thinking several steps ahead.
Mm-hmm. The book.
See, and again, that's Star Trek humor right there.
Especially with Vulcans with Vulcans.
Mm-hmm.
And this is an add-on scene.
Yep. Going through the inner workings of the ship.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool.
There are actually lines that were said in that, but they took it out. It was in the ABC release, but you couldn't understand what they were saying. The audio was bad, so I think they took it out in that. Uh-oh. No promises. Mm-hmm.
Even that shot right there.
Oh.
Enterprise and The regular moon right behind them.
Oh,
The background.
Yep. And even doing some throwback looks that they did in the series where they look at their red alert.
Mm-hmm.
You have to admit, for the original Star Trek, as opposed to Next Generation, the two best villains were Christopher Plummer in Star Trek V and Ricardo Montalbán in Star Trek II. They can't be touched.
And that shot too of the
Yep.
in this battle coming up still holds up. This is still, I'm sorry, even with the CGI stuff that we got later with Insurrection and stuff where they're inside, no, it doesn't hold a candle to this.
Nope.
He said penetration.
All right, Beavis.
Shut up, Beavis.
I haven't watched any of the new Beavis and Butthead yet, Anonymous. I hear it's good, though.
Yeah, I haven't seen the new ones yet.
I had this
haven't
question
either.
even when I first watched this in the theater, and even now. Is it possible that we could have lightning in space?
Yeah,
Well, J.J. Abrams said you can.
static charge.
But J.J.
Right.
Abrams doesn't count.
Yeah,
Well,
Everyone
and I
in-
love.
and every one of his enterprises in each of his movies ripped off Star Blazers by coming out of clouds, water.
back to Star Blazers
Right.
again. Yeah.
Well, he's right.
Man.
He's right.
He ripped them off.
I love that photon shot, by the way. You can see the color and
Mm-hmm.
the. Well,
We
here we
try
go.
to be your way,
Fine.
Con.
Hmm.
Ooh.
Awesome taunt.
He's getting under Con's skin.
Yep.
No, sir.
Then I'll do.
My revenge is more important.
Yep. Yeah.
There it comes.
Well, it's like Captain Ahab going against the will.
Yep. There we go. No,
It goes to show you that even if you are smart, super smart, book smart, whatever, lots of people are ruled by their emotions and they
Well, of
throw
course,
their intellect
man, we know that.
aside.
We see that in real life, unfortunately, Anonymous,
Yeah.
especially
Yeah.
the last few years. Yeah, I mean, there is as much education they're supposed to have from colleges and other things. You know, there's still certain things they can't speak logically about. It's all fueled by emotions, unfortunately. And
They
Look at
then
Cash.
end up to hate and just
look at Barron.
You know, Grant's
he turns into a drilling retard when he gets mad.
Yeah, that's true.
But no, well, it's just like funny
Oh, I
too,
love this
like
shit.
where people say anonymous that they own words, and I'm like, what is this thing about people think they own words? They're just
I
words.
love this scene right here. This is just awesome.
Yeah,
It's
great.
submarine warfare right here.
Yeah,
Right.
but just even the special effects. I mean, wow.
Speaking of words, Anonymous, I remember there was a time that I wanted Quentin Tarantino to direct a Star Trek film, but after seeing all the cursing in later Star Trek, I'm like, no, I don't think I can do this. I don't think I was
Yeah,
like
could he
this
actually?
now.
Yeah, could he actually actually make a Star Trek movie without putting something nasty in it.
That would be
or
tough, man.
curse
I
words.
think, yeah.
Klingon feet, you know. Oh, Sulu, you dinkwad. You missed.
You hit nothing.
The tension. And then, of course, the sound, the dings, the dings.
Mm-hmm.
It,
Ooh, that dude's on fire.
this is the only time we ever seen a phaser fire from the Enterprise other than the forward one. I'm talking about the original series one.
Yep.
Well, even if he didn't believe fully that what Khan was doing is right, he still follows him.
Yes.
He's got a lot of avenging to do.
Yeah, really. You just can't seem to get the first avenging out of the way yet.
We have Genesis. No.
I must be avenged.
Now we're gonna get shit done. Chekhov's here. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Kirk knows I have him.
And oh, that's so beautiful with the purple in the background like that, and yep. And see, that's the important thing too, is bringing the tension without having to rely on the special effects. It's just okay. This.
And then how the Reliant comes back into the scene.
Mm-hmm. Oh. This is the best battle in Star Trek in the motion picture series. I'm sorry. Even better than the Borg battle because of this.
Mm-hmm. The tension.
Yeah. And no CGI and the beautiful work that he did here. I mean, look at that. Ooh. There it is.
There she is.
Boom. Bye-bye engine.
The cell gone. Oh yeah, blow. I love that part. Just blowed it off. That
Oh yeah.
little extra.
Just imagine what they could have done if they had both torpedo tubes.
Mm-hmm. I love the trailing, the energy trail.
Yep.
Oh, just think about this. They know they can't have fire in space. So what is that? That's just electrical feeds, just electricity coming off of the stuff. It's not a fire. So
Or plasma.
People they're thinking, yeah, plasma or something. You know, it's something that actually can be in space. It's not like campfire.
Yeah, let's have a campfire in space on board a starship.
Khan's not looking so good.
He looks beautiful.
He looks like Peter Preston. It looks like he has a problem with his hand too.
Oh, it's but a flesh wound.
Is it?
It's a flesh wound.
You should have listened to his son and got the hell out of there.
Mm-hmm. Well, we don't know if that's actually his son or not. It was never stated. We can assume.
He was real fond of him, though. That's
yeah.
True.
He didn't say that to anybody else that died, that he was going to avenge them too.
Mm-hmm. But he was a loyal. He was loyal to him too.
He was loyal to his people.
Yep, he was loyal to him.
Is there anything in the literature that he is considered a?
Well, I mean, you know how I view him.
Know more about
he's nothing identified in anything that's his son. I always viewed him as Khan's version of Spock.
Okay.
His confidant.
Yeah.
His number one.
Exactly. I mean, this is mirroring each other. So Kirk has his Spock, he has his Yelcom. And even with the scene where they're talking and confirm with each other, it's like turn the back, you can see the back, just like Kirk and Spock did. I mean, it's brilliant where you can see that in some ways they're the same but different.
Yep.
And the tension starts building, especially with the music.
Yep.
I got an idea. You can see those gears are turning.
Yep. Now, originally,
hey, them space elves were smart.
Spock's demise originally was supposed to be earlier in the film, but they opted not to. They just diminished the role and put more onto Kirstie Alley. Not human.
Perhaps you're right.
Give me those.
Remember.
Mm-hmm.
Spock's doing what a hero does.
Yep. Which is all the theme around this. I mean, this is a true hero's journey for many characters in this. Can you imagine being in the theater for the first time seeing this?
Mm-hmm.
But you're still going, oh, there's hope. There's hope. This is Star Trek, right? No. Oh, I love that ship. I love they give us so many close-ups of her.
Yep.
Whatever it takes to save the crew.
Mm-hmm.
Ship is a character. You gotta keep that character on screen sometimes, man.
Yep.
Agreed.
Nope.
Mr. Optimism there.
Yeah. Body language is so great in this too.
Yeah. And Star Trek always had that in the day.
Yeah. That's a sign of good acting too.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Writing, directing, and
Savage.
acting all across the board.
Mm.
How do you convey it with just a
For
look?
hate's sake, I spit my last breath at thee.
Well, that's why it's so crazy that there's these new film directors and people who don't understand less is always more. You can just have a character look at a screen and not say anything, and it can
Yeah.
be still very impactful. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right
That's good.
on that one, T-Gap. Bye-bye, Khan.
Your
And again,
madness
there's
was your
there's actually
undoing.
pictures, and there's still pictures out there where they actually have pictures of a kid next to the Genesis device that they originally were planning on doing. Look at that. And that's not CGI, folks.
No.
New.
And the music that goes with it. Oh.
A new life has been created, but we're going to find out something here.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Again, it's boom.
Yeah. His heart's just been ripped out of his chest.
It's like you see that empty chair, and it's like, oh shit, what's up? And mixing
Spock's brother.
Yeah, and mixing the whim, not the whimsical, but that wow with the tragedy with the music. Dead already. There's that guy down. Makes you wonder who's the guy down below.
He's bragging to his friends all the time. Like, how's that guy?
Cash Money, he's the extra hand.
Hey guys, I was next to William Shatner's dick.
Come on, Baron.
What? Baron, what are you talking about, man?
Hey, I
You're
thought
hanging
about
out-
it, but I didn't go there, Baron. I did.
Well, that's something like Phil would say. Come on, man.
I know. Well,
Try to have a
Phil
good
needs-
stream here, brother.
I know. Where are we in good stream? Well, and now, according to everything, though, Spock is supposed to be blind right now.
Yeah. Which is why he bumps into the plexiglass.
Well, he stuck his face right into the freaking radiation beam.
Yeah. But some people probably don't even realize. I mean, he can't even see his friend for the last time.
No.
You can see that he's trying to do this blind.
I never took the Kobayashi Maru test. What do you think of my solution? No.
Wow. And this is one of the reasons why I hate the fact they didn't bring back Spock. Look how powerful this scene is.
Yeah.
How important it is. Even though I love Spock. No, don't get me wrong.
We all do, but it would have still been a poignant death that they'd not
Right.
brought him back.
Yeah, Nick Myers wasn't happy about the little change they did at the end of this film, so they could bring him back because they were already in talks. Also, originally in this scene, Saavik breaks down and starts crying.
Yeah, you still see it.
Yep. But it was much more pronounced originally what they planned on. Again, that half Romulan side coming out.
Human.
Oh, he tries to get that out. Yeah, you can see the tear down her eye.
Yep.
But it was a full breakdown that she had originally, where she was, full that breakdown crying. But they said, no, we don't want that.
No, that wouldn't have worked.
But they left that in there. Well, they wanted to touch that Romulan side, but they took that completely out. But
yeah, I think
what
they did was reserved, and it works better because he's going to be fighting it every she's going to fight that tear every step of the way, and
right.
And
but having her up there and having her up there shows that now she's taken over. She's the new Spock. Oh, this is beautiful. The bagpipe and then following through with this. I wish this would have made it into the soundtrack. Yeah, know what that's like. Know what that's like.
Well, you still got one good one.
Mm-hmm.
Just close your eye.
Funny that he knocks instead of the hey dude. Yeah, that's Kirk. Wow. And this makes his death piss you off.
Mm-hmm.
But, it's funny. He has some of the looks of Shatner, too. He does look like Shatner's kid. What a scene.
This is awkward.
He gets right. Yeah, that's Spock.
Spock still took pride,
Mm-hmm.
even though he was dying.
It's those little things. That was that's Spock. You expect that.
You know, one thing I wish they had done if they, didn't bring back Spock, have
Mm-hmm.
Genesis be the place where Kirk goes to commune with his old friend.
Yeah.
You don't hear Spock's voice. It's just where Kirk goes to gather his thoughts and think about the situation to come.
Well, like that fan done a film with the from Generations when Spock goes. And of course, then they all added this in later, to Nick Myers' chagrin.
Dismay.
Yeah. Because the torpedo was supposed to have burned up in the atmosphere. And this is all San Francisco here. In Golden Gate Park. They brought all these plants in, set them around, and just filmed around it. I mean, even if he didn't come back and they added this, it's kind of a nice thing. There's his grave. There's resting among paradise. If they would have just left it at that, part of me would like to see a deviation off of this where you had Star Trek without Spock afterwards. It was sad.
And the first time we hear Spock say the famous opening,
yes,
famous monologue.
Yeah, this. Well, it's the spirit of Spock driving them on, continuing.
Yep.
My God, they don't make. Oh, it pisses me off watching this.
They don't
sometimes.
make films like this anymore.
Yeah, this is Star Trek
for us anymore.
Well, the thing is this film was even more than just for us. This was a film. This was a film for even people who weren't Trekkies. And that's the important thing is how can you go out there and make this film, for the fans, but also for others.
Yeah.
Because we have to bring other people in to watch this film too.
Exactly.
And I mean, you take a look at it, it's like brilliant.
Well, that's
why.
It's usually the older filmmakers who have been around that capture these certain things that still matter to people. But even there's videos out there now, like Gen Zers don't even want to go to films anymore. So I don't know how many, but a number of them, they just don't care. So
yeah, it's just it's a simple story too. It's not a complex story. You don't need to have a complex story.
No,
it's a story, but there's so many different layers to the story. Kirk growing old, feeling worthless. Captain Dunsel, then of course coming across a son who's a stranger to him, and a woman that he walked away from. Literally, let's face it. I mean, are they walked away from each other, went to their two different worlds, and now is catching up and getting him? His son wants to kill him. I mean, it brings the dynamics. This is Star Trek because you're talking about the human adventure.
Yes.
All the way even back to where No Man's gone before. You take a look. What makes a man? And now Gary Mitchell gets the power of a god. What does that do to your manhood? Where you're being human.
Well, I mean, look at what's happened to unfortunately a lot of the franchises. When are we going to get a new kind of space thing? Look, people can however they want to feel about something like Rebel Moon and something that was something new, but still, we need more of that, in my opinion.
Right.
We need more stuff like we had before of Babylon 5. We need something where there's like this deep
we
drama
need more
usually
stuff like
stuff.
this
Yes.
where you have multiple characters that you care about, even the villain.
That's
care
right.
about him too.
Yeah, you care about Khan, definitely. Yes.
Well, even Yoakum. You like Yoakum too. I mean, even though he's a smaller, character off to the side, but you can see the dynamics between him and Khan. It makes him an intriguing character.
I don't really understand this whole concept that people have now in filmmaking. Not everybody, but a number of people, even certain fans, that villains need to be misunderstood. I don't get that concept because they can just be evil and still be interesting.
Right. But you can understand in this movie why Khan turned out the way he did 15 years after the events of Space Seed.
Right.
Mm-hmm. He lost his planet. He lost his wife. And before that, he lost his ability to go out and be a conqueror when Kirk found him and basically placed him down onto hell. Well, it wasn't hell originally, but it became hell. And now he's angry. He's pissed.
And don't forget the reason why he was in that in Botany Bay to begin with.
Yeah, he was escaping. Yeah, so he's already had a defeat.
He tried to take over. That was the whole point of the Eugenics Wars, right?
Yeah. I'm better than you are. We should rule because we're the next generation.
He wanted to be a tyrant, and he wanted to be a tyrant on the Enterprise. And then Kirk gave him his wish on Cete Alpha 5.
Right. And it doesn't mean that's not an elegant villain. Doesn't mean that's a villain that doesn't have class or a villain that's likable. I mean, Khan was all that. He had class. He was elegant, intelligent, charismatic. You could like the guy, but he was still your villain. He was still your enemy. And now here we're taking a look at him fully unhinged because everything's finally cracked up. Again, it's like Kirk. He and Kirk are the same in this, except for one thing: the two different approaches, two different reasons, and two different mindsets. Khan is, again, older. Everything is falling apart. And he's driven for one thing, revenge. Kirk is feeling old. He's feeling defeated. And what's his goal? Probably deep down, to be a captain again.
Yeah, he feels useless.
Kirk wants
he's
to be
sitting behind a desk.
chair.
These two are mirrors.
Being in that center chair is what drives Kirk. Being on the bridge of that starship is what drives him.
Right.
Out there gallivanting throughout the galaxy, exploring space, seeking out new life, new civilizations, boldly going where very few have gone before.
Basically saving the planet.
Kirk said it when he did it when you watch Generations, when he told my nemesis Picard, don't let them promote you. Don't let them
don't let them transfer you. Don't let them do anything that takes you off.
And what happens?
Because while you were there, you can make a difference.
What happens to the Enterprise crew from Next Generation? Exactly the same thing. They all got different advances. They all got away from the Enterprise. They all moved on. And look what happened to Picard. He went through the same journey. It might not have been all the same events, but he went through the same journey, even up until that horrid Picard show. But okay, throw it in there. He went through what Shatner or Kirk told him. That was, don't do it. Don't do it. Mm-hmm. And look what happened. He had to do just almost a similar thing like Kirk to go back there to fix what he needed to fix.
Well, yeah.
But I would say this: the two best nemesis in all of Star Trek, Khan is one, and the Klingon played by Christopher Plummer in Star Trek 6, couldn't be beat. You couldn't ask for better villains.
Plummer's a great actor.
I never got that watching Next Generation.
And the thing about, with Khan and Kang is that Star Trek 2, directed by Nicholas Meyer, as was Star Trek 6.
Mm-hmm.
Directed by Nicholas Meyer, because some of the same themes are reintroduced in Star Trek 6.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the villain in Star Trek 6 was always comparing. That was who he was comparing to. Always comparing to Kirk. Right. Everything. That was, you go through history, you always have two people there going at it head to head, And you had to ask yourself, here Kirk had that with Khan, and then here comes his other nemesis, and let's just say, who I couldn't tell you who was a better villain. And it would be mind-boggling to throw all three in a match and see who would come out on top. And let's be honest, both of the villains, Kirk barely by the skin of his teeth won.
But here's the thing about General Chain in Star Trek 6: The Undiscovered Country. He, along with other members of the Federation and Klingon Empire, they didn't want peace between the Federation and Klingons.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to realize, though, too, both of them had clear advantages over Kirk, and he still managed to thwart their efforts and get past their the chinks in their armor. I know it's racist, but whatever.
What?
So
no, it's not.
What?
And Dempsey, it's good to see you, brother.
Good to see you. Well, it's another funny thing too with this, going away from the villain side, but going back to like Carol Marcus, and they separate off, and David Marcus is disparaging, and Kirk gallivanting around the universe. It's like how many things did Kirk and crew help discover that might have helped their program along?
Yeah, well, we don't have that information.
Right. It's like, but the thing is you had Starfleet out there doing these scientific journeys. There's more connection between Marcus's group and Starfleet than probably either one care to acknowledge.
And let's face it, it was under Kirk's command that the Enterprise was the first Federation starship to even complete a 5-year mission successfully.
Right.
Let alone 2.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of things I would say that I wished Wrath of Khan would have been the first Star Trek movie for the original series. Even though there might be some people that have some attachment to the original motion picture, I think when it comes to movie, this should have been the first. This is where they should have started with this.
Well, yeah, you have a point there, 100%. But the thing is again, this is where we have to look at Star Trek and divorce our minds that Star Trek is 100% Gene Roddenberry. Gene Roddenberry gave the idea. He gave the blueprint. This is what I'm looking for. I want Captain Horatio Hornblower in space, which Nicholas Myers grabbed onto with the uniforms. Obviously, take a look at it. It's like, well, if this is supposed to be Hornblower in space, let's make them look like they're Hornblower in space. But the thing going with it is, he laid down the templates, but how much of Star Trek was shaped by other people out there, which was, of course, like I said before,
DC Montana,
David Gerald, and all across the line, right? And So what we got with motion picture was 100% Gene Roddenberry. This, which is still Star Trek. Don't get me wrong; it's still a Star Trek film, but this one shows the collaborations of the others coming together to make Star Trek and bring it through, and make it even a richer palette to make that painting with.
And let's also not forget the contributions of Harlan Ellison. Yeah, he and Roddenberry butted heads,
Oh,
but he still contributed to the Star Trek universe. What helped shape it to become what it was meant to become.
Well, Robert Bloch, Theodore Sturgeon. I mean, there's a lot of big names that were contributing in one fashion or another, whether it be the original Star Trek series or the animated series, because you had Larry Niven doing the animated series. But, listen to those big names. And of course, Isaac Asimov was contributor to the motion picture for scientific stuff, which you'd see in the credits and all that, and it has been acknowledged that he helped out. But the problem with Roddenberry is that, and I don't want to bash on Roddenberry, but he fell away. He fell away what Star Trek was about. And the first 2 seasons of Star Trek proved that. Because those were absolutely under his full control. And even though there are gems in the first 2 seasons, they're trash. I mean, honestly, if this would have been an actual network show without all the hype, they would have been canceled the first season, if even make it through the first season. Honest. But it's Roddenberry's name syndication, the magic name Star Trek, that kept it going on. And as people that were involved with it, and David Gerald right from the top saying, remember, as he was saying for Star Trek, the original series, I want science fiction writers, I want science fiction writers, I want science fiction writers, was kind of the mantra they had for the original series, which is why you had so many. You had some that were showing up in the first season of Next Generation, but they kind of faded off because Gene Roddenberry turned around and went, I don't want science fiction writers. I don't want science fiction writers. And I don't want science fiction writers. Which drove away the ones that they already had on there, drove away D.C. Fontana, drove away David Gerald, amongst other things. I mean, there's a lot of bad politics. But it shows.
You bring up Next Generation, Baron. Think about all the hoops and hurdles that people like Michael Piller had to go through to just try to get a story done. When you're going back and forth with Gene Roddenberry saying, no, you can't do it that way. And they're trying to say, no, this is why we have to do it this way in this story. This is why it will work in this story.
Right. And Gene Roddenberry really drank the Kool-Aid that he truly was the great bird of the galaxy. And it's like, again, I'm not taking away. He was.
Because he gets told that countless times, goes to conventions, said the great bird of the galaxy, Gene Roddenberry.
Right. But the thing is he fell into the trap instead of, realizing, I am the creator, but, we need to do this. And instead of like, my word is God. I don't believe in God. There is no God, but I am God.
I think it plays in the time. When he was doing Star Trek, the original series, it was more about exploration than it was space battle or any type of battle scenes in Star Trek. When they come out with the motion picture, they tried the same thing. And here's the deal. Star Wars, you can even throw Battlestar Galactica, you can throw in even Planet of the Apes. There was combat. Even in the cartoon for the Planet of the Apes, there was combat. It wasn't really combat.
There was even combat in the animated series. Let's not forget that.
Yeah, but here's the thing. At the time, if somebody wants to see exploration, there's always something new. And what was out at the time was Jacques Cousteau doing his exploration. So you ask yourself, do you want to go to see a movie about exploration when you can stay home and watch Jacques Cousteau on a Friday night and do his marvelous undersea? You see, it defeated the purpose. So I understand the 360 where you get a lot of space combat in Star Trek 2. It's day to night. Like I said, if you didn't have a Jack Cousteau, if you didn't have what was that one Leonard Nimoy did that was very popular?
What, In Search Of?
In Search Of, thank you.
Yeah.
See, you had stuff on TV at that time that was doing like exploration. So you didn't
Because
need
at
to
that
have a
time, you got to
fantasy.
remember this too, Phil. We wanted to expand our minds.
Right.
But I think it was I think that's one of the things where you see a motion picture. Yeah, it was. You got a little bit of it with Voyager being the little satellite out there in space.
The little starship that could.
But I think it would if they had a better. If you would have took it in 1979 and put Star Trek 2 as Star Trek 1, The Wrath of Khan, it would have been the same hit. It would have been the same hit. You can take Star Trek the motion picture. The further you get away from 79, it wouldn't work.
But
maybe in today's world, because they couldn't make anything as good as Star Trek the motion picture. But
see, I kind of differ from you there, Phil, because in 79, Roddenberry would have put his hands in the cookie jar if you tried to make The Wrath of Khan.
If I remember correctly, he went through the similar thing that George Lucas later did with Star Wars. He sold some of the rights. He had to get approval from Paramount. The only thing different, he had some creative control, which George Lucas does not have. He had some. But I think in his creative control, he had to deal with, I hate to say, a committee where you're sitting down at a table and they're planning things out. And yes, he does the typical thing. No, you can't do this. Yes, you can do that. But if everybody else says, yes, we can, then he has to back off.
Well, I think for motion picture, he had a lot more freedom. He didn't have a committee to go to per se, because this was an extension off the Star Trek II series, which he already was going off with the attitude and the agreement. This is my baby. I do with what I please. So basically that agreement went from phase 2 to motion picture, and he did the same thing, obviously, with Next Generation. This is my baby. You have no say. I get to do whatever I want with this. And the trouble with that, though, is no one kept full control on Roddenberry in this. He kept on spending, kept on expanding, kept on focusing on the wrong things in there. He's given all this money, probably more money than he ever had to do a film or a TV show. I mean, the only other film I know that he ever did was Pretty Maids All in a Row with Rock Hudson, and that wasn't a big budget film. Yeah. So this is his first real big budget, and like a kid in the candy store, he went bonkers. And then you go off of doing a story that's already been done in Star Trek, a copy and paste. That's the other problem. You could have done an exploration story in Star Trek the Motion Picture, but they went about that part wrong. They should have just forgotten V'ger, forgotten trying to do the Changeling 2.0, and there were many other things that they had. The Planet of the Titans and various other stuff that they were looking at, and even concepts for the Phase 2 TV show. And basically what we got was the pilot movie for the Phase 2 for the motion picture. They should have done a little bit better with that. They could have done it. But again, Roddenberry was the problem in that. And everyone, and it showed, unfortunately, when it first came out, being an unfinished film. There was action originally in motion picture. They took it out. The only action scenes that we really had was the Klingon battle, which was impressive. But when people said there was no phasers fired, well, originally there was. When the V'ger probe came on there was a little bit of a battle. You had Kirk following Spock into V'ger, and there was a little action sequences in there as well. That was all taken out. Roddenberry wanted to have 2001, which, what action sequences did you have in there? Well, just a bunch of pre-human beings bashing each other's skulls in with wounds. And that's about it. The rest of it was, what do we do with this psychopathic computer? Well, we play classic music. and that's the way that Roddenberry went. Roddenberry should have tried to fuse both that and what Star Trek was about, and it would have been fantastic.
You know what's ironic though is years later, pretty much his wife and his son took the same hard line stance on things in Star Trek Next Generation and other forms of Star Trek that his father and their husband did.
Well, basically,
the thing is, but Roddenberry never actually cared about the franchise until one, Gene Roddenberry passed away, and two, Star Trek started getting more interest because of the J.J. Abrams films.
Right. I mean, the moment that the ka-ching came about, it's like, oh, okay, now I can do it. And then his mom passed away, so, well, I guess I got to go about it. But, a lot of those rules that Roddenberry had, after he had that big stroke and other people started taking more control of the show, and then, of course, unfortunately, his death, you notice that change in Next Generation, of course, which followed to DS9. DS9 would never have been done with Gene Roddenberry. He would never have liked it. He would have hated it.
Even if Roddenberry had knowledge of Deep Space Nine, which you could believe Berman, or you could, say, yeah, you're full of crap, Berman. No, that's up to you. But even if Roddenberry had full knowledge of DS9, like Baron's saying, Gene Roddenberry probably would have turned down a lot of those story ideas for Deep Space Nine.
I think Leonard Nimoy had a good take on Star Trek. I think, especially when he was doing the movies, and even afterwards, his take on it seems to be, the ideal Star Trek. I agreed with him when he said Generations was not a good movie because how Kirk dies at the end. His idea, Captain Kirk should always have gone out in a blaze of glory. And I totally 100% agreed. He even said that even when he was
your hero should go out in a blaze of glory. He shouldn't be shot in the back, and it shouldn't be that's where the bridge is taken out, and that's how Kirk
know
met
that
his demise.
The original Generations, and they had to take it out of the movies. That the original release had Captain Kirk get shot in the back, and that's how he.
I just mentioned that, Bill.
Yep, and then they had to go back real quick, and it was a quick thing. Change that out, put the one in where
because the audience hated that, so Captain they Kirk thought, okay, let's come up with this other idea where the bridge is still taken out, and that's how Kirk dies. No, if anyone should have been confronting Sword, it should have been Kirk.
But I think Leonard Nimoy had a good take on it.
I always had this idea for Generations. I wish they would have gone with something like this. I'm not saying my exact idea, but have it where because of the not Genesis wave, but the Nexus wave, energy ribbon, that Kirk ends up on the Enterprise D during its engagement with the Klingon bird of prey. And he gets to sit in the command chair one more time on this brand new, at least for him, Enterprise.
Right.
And I would say this, out of all the people from the Next Generation that Kirk should have been with, I felt he should have been more than Picard. He should have been with, what's his name? I forgot the second in command. Riker. He should have been with Riker and at least Worf. He should have been on, like you said, Mike, he should have been on Enterprise D fighting off one final fight.
One final fight with the Klingons.
Yep.
Let's put it that way.
But everybody wanted to have the Kirk Picard meetup. I mean, that was the big thing. Everyone since 1987. So many fans were pounding their putt over that. We got to have, I want to see Kirk and Picard together, and they had to deliver on that. So, 94, that's what they did.
I like
how do you pass the torch?
I love the fan made one where it shows Spock going like the next day or whenever to the planet to go see That should have been in the movie because it's always been emphasized. Kirk always felt a fear of dying alone, and Spock always told him, "You will not die alone." That was always Spock's thing to Kirk.
But see, it took a fan to create that scene.
Well, not only that, that came out of one of William Shatner's books too. So that's something that William Shatner came up with.
Yeah, The Return.
Yeah. And I know it's in the comic. I think it's from even before that in one of the comics. I can't remember where they had that. But yeah, it's just basically the same thing all plotted out. And that's just exactly it. It takes us to fix things, to make it memorable, make it purposeful. The love and reverence that we have for these characters.
The love and reverence we have for this franchise known as Star Trek, which began 58 years ago. Yeah. Some say, the first episode was The Man Trap. Yeah, that's if you go by how NBC aired the episodes. If you go by production order, it's Where No Man Has Gone Before.
Which, believe it or not, is one of my favorite episodes, honestly. Because you got so much information with so little dialogue about Kirk, with Gary Mitchell there, his good friend being the first officer, little tidbits about him being that walking computer with books around the school. So this man was smart. This man was no nonsense. Not like the Kirk we see in the Jar Jar Abrams bullshit, but that this was a serious-minded person. And then, of course, the unthinkable. You'd think, oh my God, they killed not only the helmsman that we were liking in that show, but they killed his best friend, his first officer.
And I hate to bring up J.J. Abrams.
You just did.
I have no choice, but I have to give him credit. How he kills Captain Kirk's dad in the very beginning of the movie. How his dad stood there, wasn't captain long of the ship. He just stepped in. That's how a Kirk goes out. That's the way. He at least got that in there. Where that's the way Captain Kirk should have did something, in Generations, something like excuse me, I get him confused. Picard gets hurt. He's on the bridge. They get beamed to the bridge. They take damage. Riker gets hurt. So Captain Kirk has no choice but take command of the Enterprise and fight the Klingons. Would have been perfect. It's not that hard. People would have loved it. They, even though he, what's his name, playing Captain Kirk's dad on that ship in the very beginning,
Thor.
He played it wonderfully.
Yeah, Chris Hemsworth.
Yep, it was perfect. He look. He had his family, the same drama, real quick with Kirk's dad. He had his family, newborn kid. He has the whole crew of the Enterprise, or whatever they call that ship.
Kelvin.
Thank you. Calvin. And what's he do? He does the only thing he knew what he could do to make it possible. He had to take his ship and disable and ram the other ship, knowing he's going to die. But his thought is the exact same way as Kirk and even Spock in Star Trek 2. I got to save my crew.
Well, yeah. And
that's what a good commanding officer should do. Put
even if they're in command for 10
above
seconds.
those of the crew.
Even if he got command for
enough time to survive.
And then add an extra little thing in there. He's saving his own son, his wife and son.
Oh God, T-Cap. Get him out here. Ban him. That's
I'm not gonna ban him.
I know. I'm teasing. But this one film, I think, why is one of my favorite. Kind of sums up everything with Star Trek. In some ways, there is a little exploration in this film. You got the action, but the action isn't heavy. It really isn't. It's a drama. It's a character piece. It's not just Kirk. It's others around him too. There's Spock and Scotty, obviously, with his nephew. So you're getting into learning more about these characters, where they are at this point in life. It is the human adventure. And
It's about the human condition.
exactly. And I think this film hit that more than any of the other Star Trek films out there, and definitely much more than many episodes of the Star Trek series all across the board, and definitely outshines anything that Kurtzman and Secret Hideout and Abrams ever did. They could never touch this film or how things were done. They could, they could only dream, and I don't know what their dreams are, but they could never, ever get to this level, ever.
Here's what this movie shows. Some 42 years later, the impact that Star Trek as a franchise, as an IP, has made because of its stories, because of its characters. It shows how timeless Star Trek is. When you take care of Star Trek, and when you care for everything that's involved with it, it's timeless.
Mm-hmm. This movie is absolutely timeless. I mean, because again, you're using the classic English. You're not putting in, crazy slang of the day or bullshit that people are trying to push into stuff now today with language. It's that classical English that, anyone who speaks English can understand it and know what they're saying. And yeah, I mean, you're getting close to, McCoy saying some bad words, and in Star Trek 3 he does, and it's apropos, green-blooded son of a bitch. You expect that from McCoy.
We didn't much talk about the genie in the bottle, and then don't hate me for bringing it up.
We will.
Let's talk about the remake, reimagine, Into Darkness ripoff of Star Trek 2.
Oh, we did touch on it a little bit.
Here's my answer to Into Darkness. I remember in 2012 going with a couple of friends who weren't Star Trek fans. They liked Into Darkness. I looked at them when they asked me my opinion. I said, watch the original Wrath of Khan.
Yeah.
I think they should have did a total, my opinion. It was too soon. Look, eventually it happens before, it will happen again. Movies do get remade. In the 30s, they got remade in the 50s, and then sometimes you even got it in the 80s, a remake. Wrath of Khan, if they ever were supposed to do a remake, should have never been touched for a good 40, 50 years. I'm sorry. It shouldn't. They had good actors in Into Darkness. I just don't like how... Look, it was like, to me, watching that movie, I went to the theater to see it. I was fine up until I start feeling this is too much. There's a little bit change, a little bit, but it was too much Wrath of Khan.
Well, when they were denying the fact that Benjamin Cumberbatch was Khan, I'm going, you kidding? I'm looking at these things that you're showing in the trailer. The guy's supposed to be Khan.
Right.
You can tell right in the beginning of what I did. The thing I was noticing was like, this guy is what you would say Khan was when, as an enhanced human being. We would never have gotten that from Ricardo Montalbán. He's a good actor and everything, but not that physical, not like that, or portrayed in that physicality, But still, I mean, even down to the sea, even if you could say there's an alternate timeline, would you actually think the same thing would happen where somebody or anybody, forget it was in the darkness, it was Kirk? Could you see McCoy? Could you see Scotty doing that, to save the Enterprise? I I wouldn't think the situation would happen the same.
Are you
way
kidding?
every
Scotty
time.
would have done anything to save the
Yeah,
Enterprise.
oh, no, what I'm saying is the incident wouldn't be the same. They had the same incident where somebody had to go there, fix the thing so the engines can go. You see what I'm saying? I would say 9 times out of 10, it would have been a totally different situation. You know, maybe the hull was breached too bad or something. You know, I'm just saying to have the same thing happen in an alternate timeline, but the only thing different is Kirk and Spock switch places. You know, for me, yeah.
Well, the thing is you kind of hit some stuff on a nail on the head on a lot of stuff when it comes around with Beyond. First of all, we all know what type of hack Jar Jar Abrams is now. All he can do is copy and paste. He has no original thoughts whatsoever. He can start something, but he doesn't know how to end it. He's a piece of shit in Hollywood who has helped take all the talent and flush it down the toilet. Him and Kurtzman hand in hand in the bathroom with that prostitute doing blow off her butt. Basically, that's what we got here. Comparison. So what we have with Star Trek Beyond, we have the Wish Store dollar store, the Wish Temu dollar store version of Star Trek, trying to imitate this classic and doing a horseshit job of it, which they didn't need to do because, again, aren't you supposed to be going forward, not backwards? Well, no, that's not what the people we have nowadays. They're just too goddamn dumb to do it, and stupid and arrogant and egotistical. It takes a lot of humility to do a film like Star Trek, The Wrath of Khan, and you had it. Again, like I said, they went back and learned. They learned. They went through every frickin' episode there is. Something that Jar Jar Abrams couldn't do because he has the attention span of a gnat, unless you have something with the form of a lens flare.
Since Enterprise, let's go ahead and bring up Enterprise. But since Enterprise, Star Trek really hasn't gone forward. It keeps going backward or staying in one particular time frame instead of doing what it set out to do, move forward.
Well, like I said with the Abrams films, with the Star Trek films, Baron, you can take them or leave them. It doesn't matter. If you watched them, fine. If you didn't watch them, really doesn't matter. So,
well, the thing is, I'm just comparing what we have for Star Trek and how dare it call itself Star Trek. Honestly, how dare it call itself Star Trek because it's not Star Trek. Again, like I said earlier about this Star Trek film, not only does it appease the Trekkies, it appeases those that aren't Trekkies. And that's why it was a popular film. We have no idea what they're trying to do with Star Trek Beyond, except the fact let's bastardize this and go out there and try to make a lot of money. And the best we can do is copy and paste.
Well,
bullshit.
As I said, it's not memorable, man. Even if you like it or don't like it, it's still not memorable like Wrath of Khan or The Voyage Home or some of these other ones. Star Trek.
Right. Undiscovered Country. People will quote Star Trek, The Undiscovered Country.
Star Trek 5 is a far memorable film, an enjoyable film to watch.
Yeah. Hold up.
Don't. You know what you just did. You know what you did, Baron.
I know what I did, but the thing is, I'm serious. I'm being serious here. I am absolutely being serious here. Even Star Trek 5, which is considered the worst of the original runs, is a film that is far better heads and shoulders because it still has what the characters are all about, what the situation's all about, what the universe is all about. And the sad thing is, again, Shatner had the same problem as Roddenberry, except the fact that Shatner was listening to the wrong people instead of listening to Leonard Nimoy. He was listening to Harv Bennett. He ran out of money. It was, again, a film that wasn't completed, but it would have been interesting to see what if Shatner would have listened more to Nimoy and had that come through. But even then, with a film that is basically disregarded in an unfinished film, again, this is not a slam. It's still heads and shoulders above what Jar Jar Abrams and even freaking Kurtzman is giving us for Star Trek. Again,
excuse me, I'd just like to ask a question. What does God need with a starship?
Right there. Well, again, we can quote this movie because there are still elements. But the thing is there's elements of this film that are still good.
And you remember it, like when he says, "Jim, you don't just ask God for an ID.
Jim, what are you doing? I'm asking a question. You don't ask the Almighty for his ID."
The only thing I really cared for in that movie was Bones. I thought Bones had some good stuff.
Oh, he was great in there. Yeah, and that's just it. But the camaraderie again with the characters. At least Shatner knew what it was all about. Kirk, Spock, and McCoy.
I was going to say, I will maintain this till the day I die. That Star Trek V is about the brotherhood between Kirk, Spock, and McCoy.
Right.
Totally.
And I'll even go. And I'll even go one step further. I'll even go with what Doomcock is. This is a dream. This is a dream Kirk is having. I'll even go to that far. Life is but a dream. So the thing is again, all these are more memorable. Even, I mean, what's fully memorable out of Nemesis for the next generation run? Really, except that, it was like, oh, Data dies. Okay, so what? Yeah, yada yada yada. Even Insurrection. I mean, again,
come on. Yeah, are you telling me you don't like Data's rendition of Blue Skies?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's
good. There with a Robbie Liddell hanging over going Irvin Berlin.
I don't know.
But the thing is, it's forgotten. It's forgotten. You
I don't mind Insurrection. I just don't think it's one of those films that you can watch.
No, I'm not saying it's worse. Yeah. I'm not saying it's the worst or anything like that. But the thing is,
Nemesis is still the worst out of all of them. And
it is. But I mean, with First Contact, you got some memorable lines like "Assimilate this" and other things like that. I mean,
oh yeah, First Contact's a great movie.
Right. So the thing is we've lost that. Even though something might not be the best, we can still at least enjoy it. I still enjoy Star Trek V. Don't get me wrong; it's fun. I take it for what it is.
But have you ever tried roasting a marshmallow?
I think the lesson of blow of Star Trek V, you have to watch it in the order of 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. You have to watch it in that complete order. Then it makes sense. It makes sense. Not the other ones. The other ones you can watch by themselves. 5 has to be watched in the content of, especially between 4 and 6. When it's in that content, it's a little bit better.
I can just skip 5 and watch 1, 2, 3, and 4.
I know you get intimidated by Chekhov and Sulu when they're looking after the female.
Yeah, sure. I just when I finally watched Star Trek V, as my brother and a bunch of other people said, just never watch it. I said, the only thing I really cared for was the stuff of Bones. Bones had some good stuff in there, and everything else I just don't care about.
You didn't like the fact that you find out that
come on. You didn't care about the fact that Kirk needs a certain thing, that I need.
I didn't care.
I need a certain thing when I'm playing games. He didn't care about this.
I want my pain taken away. I need my pain.
Love my pain. But Cash didn't like the part where Ahura did her special dance.
I loved it.
I loved it.
It was something, but I don't.
Yeah, Nichelle Nichols.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nichelle Nichols wanted to do that. She says, "I work my body out. I want to show off."
Well,
I mean, that wasn't something.
You got to give her credit, And at least David Warner got a better role in Star Trek 6 and Star Trek 5.
I would hope so.
Well, yeah, it was kind of an apology to him. And of course, the Klingon, he got to get a beefier role in Next Generation. So I mean, some people were able to continue on, but that's just it. As we're talking about, we're laughing about it. We're going into the Next Generation. We can remember this stuff because it's all memorable. The only things where we can get a take off of what we're getting from Star Trek is the swearing, the perverseness. Star Trek was never about perverseness. It wasn't about being perverted and highly sexually drive.
No, it wasn't. I agree.
And right, I mean, you had sensual moments. Yeah, you had a little romance here and there, but it wasn't crude. It wasn't crude and like gutter decks. Let's bring it to a crude level. Let's cuss and swear. Let's be a bunch of degenerates in space. And I'm not talking about sexually degenerate. It's just all in general. I mean, this is the bottom feeder Star Trek. If you had these people traveling through space, we'd be at war and Earth would be eliminated. It'd be Titan AE all over again. It's like we could understand why they destroyed the Earth if this is who you're sending out.
I think we should. I'm going to say this. Even though we bash J.J. Abrams movies, we shouldn't bash the actors because I think the actors did a magnificent job working with what they had.
Well,
And I will also say their likenesses to the original cast. My problem is some of the weird things that J.J. Abrams did in all, 3 of his movies. Thank God they didn't give him a 4th.
well, he only did the first 2 and someone else did the second, but yeah, he was still involved in producer.
Yeah.
And I want to make it known, I have not attacked the actors or actresses or anything like that. It's great to the people who are on top of that were doing this film.
I would love to see. Sorry, go ahead, Mike. I apologize. Yeah.
I was just going to say, of the J.J. Abrams cast, of all of them, the only one who seemed to capture his character to a T was Carl Urban as Bones.
Bingo. Bingo. You're absolutely
Carl Urban is
right.
quite an actor, but yeah.
I would say I do like Carl Urban's McCoy. I think he does a good one. But I do like Christopher Pine doing his.
Yeah, I didn't think he was terrible.
I couldn't look if you had William Shatner and him together right there. It's bread and butter, man. That's just my opinion.
Well,
I would even say the guy who played Spock.
Mm-hmm.
He did close enough. I don't think you can get anybody to replace Leonard Nimoy, but he's as close as we got. I don't like where the direction went. I don't mind a separate timeline, but to me, right then and there, when they did start the movie with the very first one, it was like, okay, so we're going to go back to the original crew and change the timelines different. So everything between when the original crew started going all the way through, because there's a timeline in the history. You're throwing away Next Generation. You're throwing away Deep Space Nine. You're throwing away Voyager. And if you want to count Star Trek, the other one,
Enterprise.
The only one that seemed to exist in that continuity unaffected was Enterprise. But some fan theories, I'm going to emphasize that this is a fan theory that some fans do have, that the moment that the Enterprise E went back in time to stop the Borg, that's when the timeline split and created Enterprise.
Right. And yeah, Keith, that's the theory that Keith puts forward there from Pop Culture Minefield.
Well, isn't it? That isn't the first time, because then when they sent back the Enterprise C with Tasha Yar, didn't that start a new timeline?
In some ways it did.
The only reason why they say that the timeline that was created because of the events of First Contact created Enterprise was because of how far back the Enterprise Z had to go.
I got you now. I got you on that. I see that point.
But yeah, in some ways you did change the timeline because you got Sela.
Yeah.
A human hybrid Romulan, human Romulan hybrid. So I mean, it did change some stuff right there. The thing is, it's not that huge.
Again, like you said, we got Sela.
Yeah. Now, of course, the butterfly effect is still too early. It's like, well, what would that be down the road? What would have happened if he did not have that? And you look at 100 years further down the road, just like you were saying, the events were so far back. Did it change anything, or didn't it really matter?
Well, I mean, think about it. There's an episode of Enterprise where the Enterprise crew does encounter the Borg.
Yeah,
a lot sooner than what actually happened.
Right, they were frozen in Antarctica. Spoiler alert.
That's a place.
Well, so it wasn't the fact that Q flung the Enterprise D into an unknown sector where the Borg were at, and that Picard and crew encountered the Borg for the first time. No. Because of the events of First Contact and the events of this season 2 episode of Enterprise, it creates a whole new scenario where Starfleet first learns of the Borg. And
I've always considered Enterprise an alternate Star Trek universe because it just didn't really fully fit in there. I'm not saying it's not Star Trek. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it doesn't mesh in with the rest of the Star Trek lore. And the thing is that we fans are the ones that are sitting around and we're filling the holes that the professionals can't do, are unable to do, or can't comprehend with that. And
I mean, you can. I said this when I watched the first J.J. Abrams movie, and I had my nephews with me watching it, and this was their.
Did you apologize?
No.
Oh, you should have.
And my nephew said this, and I still remember this to this day. If Spock is going back in time to undo, the red matter stuff, so to save Romulan, which he failed to do, why did he go so? And I understand he was attacked. Why did he go so far back? Why didn't he go like 5 or 10 years before the incident where he failed to save Romulus?
But here's the thing that me and several other fans have talked about. Why did the Romulans even need the Federation's help when they have a vast empire with multiple ships of their own that they could have used to take to the Romulan homeworld, taking the Romulus
people off of there? Yeah.
Yes. The Federation would have still offered assistance. That's how the Federation is. And maybe, post Dominion War, relationship between the Federation and Romulans would have been a tad better than they had been prior to the war, or even during the war.
Well, this is the thing, the way I thought. I know a lot of people would put thought into capital. We look, for example, Washington, D.C. Let's say that's Romulus. Will we do everything possible to save Washington, D.C., or will we say to ourselves, we can't save it? We know it's going to be out of the way too much. We'll just move the capital to somewhere Midwest. I don't know. St.
Minneapolis.
No. Forget your Minneapolis. Now,
Omaha.
The thing is, if the Romulans knew they were going to lose Romulus anyway, that wouldn't, out of all their empire, they couldn't move the capital. I mean, think about it. Even in our own history, capitals have been moved.
Yeah. Well, in War of 1812, I mean, a certain president had to skedaddle out there while they broke
Baltimore. Yeah, I mean, the Romans, they moved the capital from Rome. They moved it to Constantinople. China's moved their capital quite a few times. I would see the Romulans more doing like you said, Mike. They'll just move, get their ships, take everybody out, go to a new place, and make a new capital, or make some other existing planet as the capital.
Well.
It didn't make sense for them to do what they did, how they gave me the storyline in that first movie. It just didn't make any sense, and I had to agree with my nephew. It doesn't make sense.
You're right, and you're looking at the
real quick. I just want to say thank you to Sonic 47 Blue Gaming over on Rumble for following the channel.
Hey,
really
welcome to
that.
Welcome,
yeah,
man.
welcome, man. We're a lot nicer than this, though. Okay. But the thing is you've just you hit the nail on the head, Phil, with the micro-mindedness of people like Jar Jar. I mean, take a look at what Jar Jar. He made universes, both Star Wars and Star Trek, right? These huge galactic spanning, and he almost made it to the fact that they're the size of a shoebox. So that if something happens, that's it. They're all gone. Well, just like Mike is saying, there's a whole empire. You can kind of say the same thing about Star Trek 6. One moon blows up over the Klingon home planet, but yet they have an empire, right? Obviously, they have other species that are under them. They have other planets, other resources. Why is that such a dramatic thing? It should have been something a little bit more. It should have been more politic play.
Well, at least they say that they give the planet, the home planet, the Klingon home planet, 50 years. They said they had 50 years to do the move. Right?
Well, they did move. Klingon Empire has 50 years of life left to it because of the events on Practice.
Yeah, it's the Empire that's collapsing, not necessarily the planet. But it's still more believable with Star Trek 6 than it is with this the Star Trek film, where okay, the Romulan homeworld, but isn't there other planets they have? Why would this destroy the Romulan Empire? It would hurt it, yes. But
it would hurt their pride like anybody losing the capital.
Well,
Right.
Baron, what do you think about this one though? And I know Crit has talked about this. I'm sure other people have talked about this when they say
Yeah.
that the Abrams Star Trek films are just good action movies. What do you think of that opinion?
yeah, I agree. It's good, mindless, stupid popcorn film. It's bad, horrible Star Trek. Horrible Star Trek. And I've always said that. It's like, yeah, you might go in there and you might enjoy it for what it is. Even same thing with The Last Jedi for Star Wars. People gone saw that film. Oh, it's good. It's a good action, whatever film. But it's bad Star Wars. This is bad Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can sit down, eat your popcorn, and like you said many times, Cash, what do you remember about it afterwards?
I had to point
What
that out.
impact?
It's like you watch Beyond. You're like, oh, I think this is a good movie. Then you watch it again and you don't even think about it. So what impact did it actually make on you? Yet Star Trek 6, as I will always say, Star Trek 4, Star Trek 3, Star Trek 2, even motion picture, at least for me and other people, that it makes a difference. You still think about it. But yeah.
Well, comparison here, James Bond films, which are pure popcorn films, right? Let's face it, they're male, hormone-driven, testosterone-filled action films for men to watch, and women like it too because they like to take a look at Bond. So it appeals to everybody, right? Well, a popcorn film, and of course, Star Trek, the Abrams film, popcorn film. James Bond films are more memorable. You walk away with more.
No, definitely. But the problem is, like, with the last film, like, even though it had good action sequences and I still think it's a pretty good film, there's things that Felix and Bond that I just don't feel they would ever do. And it really, like, I was like, no, that can't be. You can't put them in those situations. That doesn't make sense.
Well, you're talking about more modern. I'm talking about, like, how it was. I'm talking about Connery, Lazenby.
Well, even
more,
but even
Bronson.
Craig, like, there's a lot of good stuff with Craig too. It's just the
well,
last
Skyfall
film
was good.
kind of fell.
A lot of times you can hear collective sighs when you're watching a movie, even with friends at home or at the movie theater. But I could tell you, I remember a collective sigh, and Trekkies, they know their stuff. When I was in there in that first J.J. Abrams movie, and they did the beaming from where Scotty was at to the Enterprise warping through space, people were, even after the movie, people were upset because that's not possible.
There was
saying it can't be possible. I'm saying it was never written that a person can be beamed through warp while a ship is in warp.
Well, the closest he had was that Enterprise episode.
Well, they also said
I was going to say they had instances, and it was on Next Generation. They had instances on DS9 and Voyager and Enterprise, where the ship had to be matching the other ship's speed.
There you get that is reasonable,
right?
But let me say this: wouldn't it have made more sense? I mean, it wouldn't have hurt anything for the Enterprise to get out of warp in a couple seconds. Beam. Well, I'm not saying they were expecting them to beam, but I'm just saying the process of the thing, the whole thing. A person being beamed, Enterprise knows it's going to need to beam them. They slow down, they beam, and then they go back to work. Not a big deal,
right?
For I don't want to say Star Trek has physics down to a pad or close to it. It does not make, I can see it now. What would have happened if they boomed a little bit too much in front of the Enterprise? Then they'd be like bugs in roadkill, flying into your car. Yeah.
Well, there's physics and then there's Star Trek physics. Well, I mean, this is the world that they created. This is the rules that they created for most of Star Trek, right? And they skirt around them a little bit, try to do something that's almost impossible. Stretch as far as they can. But J.J. Abrams, more than likely, he just ignored the rules and just made up some crazy bullcrap just to move the plot along.
Remember who wrote those first couple of live action movies. Robert Orci and Alex Kurtzman.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
and
it's-
they're not in the job of embellishing, their bullcrap, right?
The joke is also.
And the thing is what gets me is the countdown, the lead up to the movie, right? The first Star Trek film, was written by Orci, and I think Kurtzman might. But it's a great story. But the thing is, I came back with it. This isn't a prequel or warm up to the Star Trek film that Abrams is doing. This is a Star Trek Online story because it meshed in so well with Star Trek Online.
Well,
but it was good. Why couldn't they do that?
Even the way they explain how the transfer of Data's memory engrams to B4 eventually synced in, and B4 became more like Data. And that's how B4 went by Data and had a Starfleet commission.
Well, I don't know if you also know this, guys, but the joke is, of course, because with JJ, people always think he rips off something else. Like this person who used to know my brother and I always used to drive my brother crazy and said Lost was a rip off of Gilligan's Island, and somebody did a video of it, and it used to drive my brother insane. But like, I like Lost, but it's just funny that people think that. It's just same thing they said about the first Star Trek movie of Abrams. They said it's a rip off of Back to the Future 2 or something.
Oh, I could see more of a rip-off with Lost between Land of the Lost, but the only difference is no sea stacks or no dinosaurs. But similar, very, very similar. But
well, it's just like
I could show you J.J. Abrams ripping off. I can go show you every movement in his Enterprise coming out of the water. Coming out of the cloud outside of Saturn, coming out of, I forget the other one in the other movie, out of the ground.
Did the clouds and the Earth too.
There's only one spaceship that does that constantly through its whole entire series, and that is Starblazers. He ripped it off. I could show you the cartoon version made back in 1976. Which we got in 77. So yeah, that's how far back he did the ripoff.
When you the live action
ripoff, Phil, it's called a homage.
It's not a homage. Not a homage. Not when the team does the exact same thing.
It depends on how you do it. It's a ripoff if you do it one way, or it's an homage if the other. And J.J. Abrams is nothing but a ripoff artist.
He did it three times, and I was waiting for him to do the same thing with the Millennium Falcon. I wanted to. See
I got a question. I got a question. Why did you need to put an Enterprise underwater?
I never got that.
That was one of the stupid. I said, okay, I'm going to sit down. I'm going to watch this film. Okay, I'm going to watch it. And I see that opening. It's like, okay, we got your little action sequence. They're being chased by the aliens, all that. And then the Enterprise comes out of the water. So that's it. I'm turning this fucker off. I ain't going to watch this shit.
We know our Spock would have looked at Kirk and said, Captain, you do realize how many rules and regulations we'll be violating? Not to mention the Prime Directive itself, if we put the Enterprise in water.
Well,
what do you mean you want to put the Enterprise in water?
And if I remember right, when they jumped off the cliff, they got beamed anyways. So it was like, why aren't you in space? That's where a spaceship is supposed to be. It's not a submarine.
Yeah, it's Abrams and Ryan Johnson, some of these other guys. It's like, if you're going to understand the beast, understand the beast. And obviously Star Wars and Star Trek and other stuff like that are beasts. So if you're not going to understand it, then just don't take the job. But
if you're going to do something related to Star Trek, do what Harv Bennett and Nicholas Meyer did. Watch all 79 episodes of the original series so they can get to know the characters and also pick out who was going to be the villain for their movie.
Right. And then not only that, even have a subtle throwback to the first episode that was filmed, mind you, where No Man's Gone before. And it's not a memberberry, but it's a throwback where they're talking about that little blonde-haired girl that he was hanging around with in Starfleet Academy.
Mhm.
Well, also now we have this blonde woman. She's got a kid. That probably the same person, but it's so sneaky. It's so sneaky, but it is a throwback.
Yeah.
It's that nod. How
Yeah.
important? Just the little things, and you don't hype on it.
Yeah, they don't hit you on the head with it. It's just
Mhm.
like, we're gonna sprinkle this over here. Let's see how many fans catch it.
Right. We know that Kirk and McCoy probably knew each other back in that day. That's why he knew about her. But as it goes, it's like, hey, obviously she knew Spock. Somewhere along the way, she ran into Spock as well.
Mhm.
But again, that's another story. We don't need to know that story.
Not every untold story needs to be told.
No. None.
Not every mystery needs to be solved.
Yeah, I agree with that. We've
Well,
taken a
we gotta
lot of
be
mystery out of a
J.J.
lot of
Abrams did
stories.
that when you try to make a character into the image of a real life actor that played that character, and I'll tell you the one I'm talking about. When he done the scene with Sulu and I guess his husband,
right,
and showing the daughter who eventually you see in Generations, he didn't have to do it that way because the actor was gay. He could have left it alone as it was implied that he had
even George Takei had a problem with that scene.
that was pure how can I put it nicely? They were trying to conflate people. That's the best way.
Pure propaganda. And the thing is one of the most lucid moments that George Takei had in the last 10, 15 years was to sit back and say, hey, wait a moment, I'm gay, Sulu's not. He knew the character. He knew the character. If you want a gay character, make one. Put one in there. You have an opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
That always bothered me with J.J. Abrams because of just what Barron said. The actor knew that the character he played was straight, even though he wasn't. But J.J. Abrams went and made the character become what the actor was. And that was never the story of Sulu and his daughter.
No.
Never.
No.
And I think in the books, it's always been said that his wife that he met, and the rest of the crew never knew his personal business, but he met his wife. I forget. He was doing this. What was this thing about when he worked out? It was like a form of
He's fencing. He always did fencing.
But he did fencing along with this other form of, I want to say karate, but it's more Japanese, so I don't know what they call it. I'm sorry. But it says in the book.
Karate. Karate is Japanese. Karate is Japanese.
There you go. That's what he was. That's what he does. And that's where he met his wife. His wife was at the dojo, whatever they call it, and she was the one that was training people to do that form of kung fu or whatever you want to call it, martial arts. That's right.
Martial arts is fun. Yeah.
There you go. Martial arts.
It's a perfectly good explanation as to why the crew didn't know. It's because they weren't as tight knit as Kirk, Spock, and McCoy were.
No, but the also thing was the exact hint what they said in the movie. If you don't have the time, you make the time. Because everybody was like, "Oh, he had a child." None of us knew this.
The thing is actually, some of them knew because obviously you had the two. There is a line of separation between Kirk, Spock, and McCoy, and the rest of them. Now, McCoy having more freedom going back and forth with everybody, but with the command and all that, the fraternizing with the crew and such, and Uhura and Chekhov and Scotty, those guys might know a little bit more because they hung more together, and he'd talk about it. But Kirk was in his own world, and let's face it, in the workplace, how many times that the person who's like in the office. That kind of runs the company doesn't know that person has a kid, but the other people around does. They know the person, but they don't know the person.
The Spock, McCoy, and Kirk more in charge of the plant, and the other ones were more supervisors. Not that they weren't authority or important characters, but they weren't as important as the main three, but just as important. So you're right. They would know more because they hanged out more.
Yeah. Now McCoy would probably know more because he's the doctor, and doing the checkup, and Sulu starts talking about his daughter. It's like, oh, okay, but it never comes up with it comes in conversation between Kirk, Spock, and him because, well, it just in real life it happens that way. It's believable. It is believable.
Well, that's how it works in real life. You have your best friends, which are normally a tight knit, maybe 4 or 5 people, and then you have your friends, which might be a little bit more numerous, but that's just the way it works.
Well, I mean, let's take a step back, and I'll bring up Star Trek V, Behave, Phil. But take a look; they're all on holiday, right? So but Uhura and Scotty are on board the ship, and you can kind of tell there's something going on between the two of them. Chekhov and Sulu, they're on their vacation somewhere, and of course, the Triumvirate is on vacation on the other way. They're not all hanging out together; they all gone separate ways, different interests, different things, different camaraderie. A stronger camaraderie, obviously, between Sulu and Chekhov because they sit next to each other.
And they were interested in that Klingon woman, until she stood next to that other Klingon, and then they backed away.
Yeah.
Give George Takei some good acting points there that he made it look like that actually Sulu,
that was funny.
He was interested. He liked muscle.
It's like, okay, we're going to go this direction now.
Cash Money still doesn't like references to Star Trek V.
Well, no, but we have to make a reference to that because, like I said, there are strong points to Star Trek V, and again, it does with the character, and that's what makes Star Trek V even better than what we've been getting, is because it's still that character-driven Star Trek. It still goes into the character. We know these characters. Shatner knew how these characters were supposed to be, that there is a separation line. Yeah, they are friends. They work together. They know each other, but they don't necessarily know each other. How many people knew that Kirk had that affair and had a kid? Kirk obviously knew he had a kid, but did he share that with everybody else? No. Only people like Spock and McCoy knew about it.
McCoy knew, and I think Spock knew, far as the rest know.
Yeah, well, yeah, because Carol Marcus, when she came on board, and it's like, oh, nice to see you again, Spock. So we know the Triumvirate knew about it, and it was never really brought up because it's Kirk's personal life, but more than likely, the rest of the crew didn't know that history. Of course, Gary Mitchell would have known, but he was dead. Because he was Kirk's good friend and first officer. So, I mean, that's why I'm sitting back saying that even Star Trek V, for all its flaws, still holds up above that with the character. And of course, Mike has said the same thing. Cash, he hides when we talk about it. And of course, you, Phil, you're the king of it, of how great it is. But
Cash is beating his head against the wall right now.
Oh, yeah. But the thing is, even Cash can't deny what I'm saying when this
I have said it honestly, and I will say it again, just for the record. I like Star Trek V. Is it the best of the original movies? No. It's the worst. I said the best way to watch it, and the only way to watch it is if you're going from 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. It keeps the continuity. It's perfect. Take it out of there as a separate movie, and you can't watch that. You can't watch.
Well, yeah, I can understand what you're saying about the continuity because
Star Trek 2, you can watch it by yourself. You can watch that and never watch any other Star Trek.
That's true.
Just watch that.
When it comes to Star Trek V, we hear a lot of dialogue from Scotty when he repeats what Kirk said at the end of Star Trek 4. Let's see what she's got. Let's see what she's got, said the captain. We sure found out, didn't we?
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the one thing I didn't really appreciate about Star Trek V. They should have had the Enterprise a little more up to speed. I mean, again, this is our lady. I mean, she's the second wife, quote unquote, coming in, but she's still the same. She should have been a little bit more spit.
You and I have also talked about something else too, Barrett.
Yeah.
It's that the Enterprise A should have never been another Constitution class starship. It should have been an Excelsior class starship.
I think, and this was my thinking of what Star Trek was. Excuse me, not Star Trek. What Starfleet was thinking, they needed a Enterprise of that same class. That's hence why they took the Yorktown and just changed the name. Pretty much all sense of purposes, I almost identical. Notice the word I said almost identical to the Enterprise. It's kind of similar with the Enterprise D, and I believe its sister ship that got destroyed. What was that, the Yamato or
Yamato?
Yeah. So if you went on both ships, there would be some differences, but it'd be almost identical. So I think that it was more important they take an Enterprise from the current class, because they weren't going to rebuild a whole brand new constitutional class, because that class was retired. So they took an existing ship of the similar class and just changed the name. People wouldn't have been, how can I put this? In the English Navy, where we get most of our naval tradition, they're special ships. Names that they constantly name their military vessels. There's always going to be, I'm trying to think of one right now. I'm sorry, I can't, but I can speak for the American. The American Navy, there's always going to be a Enterprise that we borrowed from the
Let's
British.
make sure history never forgets the name. Enterprise.
Yeah.
Right.
So there's a reference there. You know, you're not going to get, you know, let's just say in today's world, we lost the actual Enterprise aircraft carrier. It's gone.
Right.
All right. And that meant a lot to the nation as a whole. Well,
I had a neighbor who served on the Enterprise.
Yeah.
What our Navy would do, and they have done it, is taken another Navy ship, another example, aircraft carrier, and change the name of it. In World War II, they did that. The Yorktown sunk, and they got another Yorktown. They just changed the name of the ship. I forget what the original name.
Well, with the Enterprise, there is a new Enterprise coming out. There is a new aircraft carrier they've been working on. So there'll be another Enterprise coming out. And even in the Star Trek universe, you know, there was a big gap between the C and the D, which I thought was ridiculous that you did have such a huge gap. But so be it. But yeah, we're going to have another Enterprise coming out as an aircraft carrier, bigger, better than the old one. Just like the one that just got decommissioned a few years back was bigger and better than the one we had in World War II. But as it goes, the big thing is, and why we didn't see something like that, and I think Mike would agree with me on this, would the fans have gone for it? Would the fans have gone with seeing an Excelsior class Enterprise at that time? And
no, I don't believe fans would have. I think fans had grown so accustomed to the Enterprise being a Constitution class starship that the Enterprise is, and you know, the Enterprise is anything and always will be Constitution class. If it's not a Constitution class, then it's not the Enterprise.
And it took next generation.
You know, Starfleet has, let's say, it's fantasy, but we believe it has some good technology, modern technology.
Whoa!
The original Enterprise.
How did we get our cell phones? Inspired by DVDs. Communicators.
The original Enterprise didn't crash anywhere that we know of. The last time you see it, it's flying off in a flaming wreck.
It burned up in the atmosphere of the Genesis planet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it burned up. She's gone.
Stopping finding the wreckage and just rebuilding from there. But yes, it was pretty beat up, but there was still a hull. One of the engine housings was still there. The disc there, on top of there, that was pretty much gone. But there would have been enough people they could rebuild.
Repair that entire ship, not just the primary, but also the secondary hull. There's so much damage there. It would just be more prudent for Starfleet to do what they did.
Right.
Take the Yorktown and recommission it as the Enterprise.
Right.
Don't hate me. Picard season 3, they managed to bring the disc part of Enterprise D, and though they attached it to other attachment of the engine.
In season 3 of Star Trek Picard. They mentioned how the saucer section of the original Enterprise D was recovered from Meridian 3, and that the drive section came from the Syracuse.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Right. And which could be seen because the saucer section did what it was supposed to have done. As they always sat back and said, it's serve as a light bolt like that. And damage, but still repairable damage. And then boom. They just never opted to do anything with it until probably the war was involved, the Dominion War, whatever. But finally, it became.
Are you kidding? Starfleet's going to look at that saucer section and say, "Are we going to really spend time and resources getting this saucer section up to code for what's currently going on, or are we going to build a brand new Galaxy class starship, brand new saucer section, brand new star drive section, and make sure that it's up to code and it can withstand the onslaught of not just the Dominion ships, but you also had the Bring thrown in there too, and Cardassian ships."
Well, also there's going to, and I think this is another thing that they lost sight on with Picard and doing that Enterprise. This is a museum piece Enterprise, which means she's not, they did all these wonderful things with it in the show, using it like the Millennium Falcon. No, they're putting together 2 ships, repairing the other one. She's there for show, not to sail. And that is the problem. You can't expect that thing to go out there and do the same thing it did originally, because it's not going to have all the systems. They're not going to put all the systems on there. A lot of ships, when they're in the display, well, you can't get them going again. The SS Meteor up in Duluth, the last of the whalebacks, heck, they made sure that she put on the shore. She is now landlocked, basically, on shore. She's not even in the water. The engines and all that are in there, but there's no way she could be used again because she's been turned into a
museum ships. They have a certain status, not like the one you're mentioning. All right, like the Battleship Texas down there, that's too old, never going to happen. But the Battleship New Jersey and the Battleship Iowa have a different class as a museum ship. There are certain levels you cannot go in even on a tour. And there's certain standards that it has to be ready. The Battleship New Jersey, if it's ever given the notice, could be, just like they recently remodeled,
could be serviceable again.
It could be serviceable for whatever they need.
Well, she was already mothballed. They were mothballed before, then they were brought back in because of the war in the Gulf. And now they're putting that same system, which is apples and oranges compared to what I'm saying about the Enterprise D.
I understand what you're saying. I was just bringing up that, like for us in the real world, there are some model ships, there's retired ships, museum ships. Texas will never be battleship ready to go out to service. But the Battleship New Jersey, the Battleship Iowa, maybe even the Missouri, they could be turned in I wouldn't say, I'm saying moment's notice. That's not what I mean. It's going to be tomorrow. But if the orders were given to get ready, they can be ready in a certain amount of time.
Yeah, a quick retrofit. And you know what? In Star Trek Picard, the ships that are in the museum there, I'm sure the Defiant is still shipworthy to go out there. I am sure that the Enterprise A sitting in there is still shipworthy. Why? They're pretty much, they weren't tore apart. If they wanted to, they could send them up.
Don't forget Voyager.
If you remember.
Yeah, the Voyager.
If you remember, Geordi made mention that he spent a lot of time fixing Enterprise up.
Yeah, he spent years fixing it up.
Right.
He knew what he was doing. It was his project, but he knew what he was doing. He spent the resources in which you got to take into account. This is the Star Trek, so there is no money. He just allocated probably man hours.
Even in their world, is valuable.
Yeah, resources is still money. I mean, whether we like it or not, it's still
if you could replicate those things, then.
But even that situation, there still to me was a mistake. Out of all the museum ships, and I'll give them credit, some might be worthy, unworthy. The Voyager should have been the one they should have grabbed. The Voyager. Because that's the most recent, it's more battle worthy, and it has the tech. Look, the flying scenes that we see in the Enterprise D do in that shouldn't have been done because it wasn't capable to fly like the Millennium Falcon. Voyager was able to fly that way.
Here's my counter to that, Phil. You don't know what of the technology that Voyager brought back with them from the Delta Quadrant and the future was taken off of Voyager and still being studied at Daystrom or somewhere else in Starfleet.
True. And thank you for reminding future, because there are futuristic parts on that ship. I forgot.
Yes.
Thank you.
I would say the one ship they should have grabbed was the Defiant.
Worf would have liked that.
Well, the thing is, the Defiant can do those moves. The Defiant was made to go after Borg. The Defiant has a cloaking shield. And who knows what
was
updates they have.
specifically designed to combat the Borg.
Right.
But you have to remember, there's one critic of the Defiant. His name is Riker. He didn't even call that. He called it a fancy little ship? Yeah.
Tough little ship. And Worf was all little.
And Worf's not mad.
Well, I think he did that to tweak Worf. I think he did that to tweak Worf.
He always liked to bust his gold.
Right. So I don't think Riker was against the Defiant at all, but it was just to tease Worf. But the thing is of all the ships that they could have probably grabbed was the Defiant. If they wanted to have a cloaking device or whatever so bad, it's either that or, there's the Bird of Prey.
Oh, wait a minute. They took the cloaking device off that Bird of Prey and put it on what was then known as the Titan.
Yep.
Which also got renamed to Enterprise.
Now, just imagine the trouble you would have had to integrate that cloaking device, that 100-plus-year-old cloaking device, into modern systems.
Right. Well, look at what they had to do in the Enterprise incident, trying to get Romulan technology into Federation technology.
Get the two of them to align. Heck, Deep Space Nine. How many times did we hear Chief O'Brien say how much of a trouble it was trying to get Federation, Cardassian, and Bajoran technology to work together without something going wrong?
I mean, the Romulans have a different drive system in the Federation. Technically, if you want to go back to old Star Trek lore, so did the Klingons. They had a graft system, as they called it, the graft drive. Of course, they have kind of a wormhole drive for the Romulans. Of course, antimatter, matter.
Yeah, I was going to say it was a singularity.
Yeah, singularity drive. Thank you. And of course, the Federation, they have let's blow shit up. But we're going to have a contained type of propulsion. So, I mean, each one, that's what was nice. Now it's all so homogenized today with Star Trek and all this. It's like, no, you got to remember, each one's got its own different way of doing things. They reach things at a different time in a different way. But no, again, here we are. But there's 5 of us here. There's 5 geeks. Of course, Cash is hiding. 5 geeks here.
He's always under cloak.
I know, but here we are. We're
I'm here. I'm just listening.
The problems of Star Trek. But here we are. We're solving so many problems with what they screwed up in Star Trek and what they could have done. And it doesn't take much to figure it out. Just open the freaking encyclopedias that's come out. That's all you need to understand. Take a look at some of the older stuff that was written. But no, they're idiots and egotistical.
Talk to fans like us. You hear our voices, how excited we get when we're talking about different aspects of the franchise. And if you could see us, our faces would light up.
Our turn red depends on what we're talking about.
I think if in years in the future,
Baron, how many times have I told you? Stop drinking the Klingon blood wine straight up. Our physiology can't handle it.
Well, I'm talking about the blood pressure rising up because you're so pissed off and you're ranting and venting.
Yes, but you keep drinking the Klingon blood wine straight up.
That's from a nail, actually. That stuff has a kick.
I think in the years in the future, and some of us might be here, some of us not, that from 2009 to now, we can actually say TV shows stink. Our movies stink.
Yeah.
What we had before was better than what is now, which they're trying to destroy. It's not enough that they destroyed it. It's more they go back and try to destroy. They look. I wouldn't trust anybody that's involved with Star Trek today to even think about touching Star Trek 2. But if they had the ability to go back and do something to this movie, they would destroy it.
Yeah.
They would destroy it. And it's not, like I said, it's not just Star Trek. It's not just Star Wars. It's not just Doctor Who. It's not just Lord of the Rings. This stuff is getting to a point. It's not going to be able to eat. Look, do I think it's going to get better at some point or return to norm? Yes. But I wouldn't say in the next 10 years. I wouldn't say in the next 10 years.
Well, I don't know. I'm not as. I think we're seeing that shift happening now, and we're feeling that reverberations and things like this. Like I said, before we know it, we'll wake up the next morning and something big happens, and it shakes up the whole foundation of things.
Tomorrow,
and
fair enough. Tomorrow, here, listen to this. Give me just one little thing.
But
if tomorrow there was a announcement, new season of Doctor Who, and I don't care, you can name any actor that you want to put in there, and I don't care to get the best director. Do you think you would say, I'm going to watch that? I think you would be hesitant. I think the damage that's been done is not going to be able to be fixed, even if they got the best Doctor Who season and it's been created tomorrow for 2025.
But
what you need to happen is the new stuff gets buried, and it is getting buried now. Star Wars and Star Trek are falling apart, which means they're going to come to an end. So, boom. The moment we hear that has finally fully crumbled, and it is crumbling. I mean, like I said, I love saying this, right? Behind a paywall, 2 Star Trek series, 2 are canceled. The Acolyte, canceled. Behind a paywall. So it's already crumbling. Things are falling apart. And once that is dead and buried, which is going to probably happen faster than you can imagine, and then give it a couple of years, and saner minds coming up, because saner minds are coming out. We are having people that are waking up there. We could see something within the next 5, and like you said, 10 years of getting back things that we used to have. But it's going to be, we're going to wake up and we're going to see, boom, the Armageddon of it. And then what we're going to get out of those ashes, what are we going to get out of the crumbling, and what are they going to put together? Are they going to be smart and go back to what they have for original, which I think is going to happen, because that's humanity. We do sometimes gravitate back to, this is the good old days. Let's try to bring this forward. And then somewhere along the line, you get the blue-haired land whale trendies coming in, destroying it, and then it falls down and rises up again.
Well,
I think. Oh, you go ahead, Cash.
Okay. I just feel like, we need to also be careful about this whole thing about doom and gloom. Even with we're talking about the older entertainment. Yes, they don't understand, or they don't care enough about their fan base, and it just keeps going in a circle over and over again. But even Anonymous can, there's new shows still out there. Some. Yeah, including movies. Some, there should be more. Some that are actually worth your time.
Name me one new TV show that you can say was actually good that's made today.
Young Sheldon, that both me and Anonymous watched.
Well, it's done
really
now,
good.
so it's done.
Yeah, it's done.
But it was recent. Yeah,
but it was recent.
Very recent.
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example.
Is a good show, and it's getting the season
I'll
2.
give you
That's coming up.
an example.
Mm-hmm.
House of the Dragon. Would you say that's a good show?
I mean, my brother liked it. My dad thought it was pretty good. I guess it did all right with the fans, but I never really got into it, so I don't. Okay. You would have more of an opinion on that than I.
Phil, let's take it off. Arcane. We got Arcane coming to season 2. Excited about that. We had One Piece. And what were they going to do with One Piece? You're kind of excited to see something like that.
You're going to throw them too, but you didn't mention the best one of them all.
What?
Wait for it.
I was working my way up, but tell me.
I'm giving that dramatic pause.
Okay. I mean, I was working my way
Where's
up.
my Sword Art Online, Cash?
What? Well, I was
It's
going to say.
over, man. I
No,
told
it's
you,
never over.
It's
You did
over,
watch
though,
Rocky.
Phil.
It's never over.
It's over, man.
Not over.
It's over, dude.
But,
Wow.
but the thing is,
Phil, you
Phil,
sound
is
like a 2-year-old. It's not over.
yeah.
You
Well, he is a
watch-
2-year-old.
If you watch it, like you'll be saying the same thing. Cash, it's not over. Find me more.
See,
I
the
wish
thing
we
is,
could, man. I mean that, but the only
The
thing
thing
we have
is-
is games now moving
But
forward.
here, this is what's going on today. Now I'll give you this, and it was just in the news and everything. The creator of Game of Thrones, Mr. Martin,
floppy
Yeah.
wieners, floppy
Yeah.
wieners. Okay.
but he decided to say, and he took the post down, that he was not happy what they did in season 2.
But he said there was an article about
But he took it back because I guess he's cut black from the HBO and Game of Thrones producers and everything. And he's 100% right. But here's the thing. What I don't know, and I can't speculate, but I don't know the situation. He wrote the book. So I say he's the person that should say,
Right. I agree.
you can do this, you can change that. Like I said,
Mhm.
no book is perfect. No movie can be made like the book. Lord of the Rings is you don't have Elrond's sons in there like you should.
Right, you
There's a
talked
lot
about
of
that
characters
before, yeah.
missing in there. But if you put everybody in there that's in the book, if you did everything in the book, you never would be able to make a movie.
Right.
No.
So I understand changes,
much.
but when he points out there's too much change,
Mm-hmm.
and he's the creator, that's when I take notice. If George Lucas said, this is too much, this is not right, this is going into a direction that should never go, I would then take notice. With Roddenberry, I would say the same thing, because guess what? He is the creator. So if someone took Sulu and changed him how they did, I would guarantee if Roddenberry said something, I'm taking notice.
Well, I have a little bit of I would give Roddenberry a little grain of salt on that one, because remember, he didn't like Star Trek 2, he didn't like Star Trek 3, he didn't like any Star Trek unless it was Star Trek the Motion Picture and the Star Trek Next Generation. He didn't like any other Star Treks. He did not. So again, when it comes around to Roddenberry, I give a little bit of grain of salt. Lucas has made mention that this isn't my Star Wars. He has made it known. He's been very tactful how he does it.
Yes.
But he has gone out there. As for George R.R. Martin, get off your floppy wiener and get the rest of your book done. How do we know how the story actually going to finish when you haven't finished it? You're too busy measuring your floppy wiener. So, I mean, and then, of course, you let the last season of Game of Thrones go the way it was, and you're involved.
Well,
so I don't care about him.
See, there's I always say there's reasons behind everything. And with the next season of the House of the Dragon season,
isn't it supposed to be a lot of action like this season?
There was a lot
supposed
cut
to
out.
be a lot of drama.
TV wise, it was supposed to be 10 episodes. They dropped it down to 8, and that was whoever owns HBO Max now. I forget the company. I can't think of the name. Might be Warner Brothers. I don't know.
Bullshit Inc.
But anyway, he was right. They shouldn't have dropped the 2 episodes. And he had to remember what people don't remember. That was all during the end of the thing that we shall not name, and that delayed a lot of stuff. But a lot of the changes I could say, because reading the book and how and some of the characters they dropped, it's not going to be the Rings of Power. But you already see what the rings. It's not anything to do with Tolkien. They should have called something else. I like I said, my fear is that there'll be change, but what type of change are we going to get? Will Star Wars come back? I don't know. But if it turns out the same way as Rings of Power, I wish they let it die. Same thing for I forgot the name of the damn show I just said. Dr. Who, there you go. And Star Trek.
Is
I'll
House
be
of the
honest,
Dragon then? Do you
yeah,
think it's been a success still?
I think
You
the
feel that
first
way?
season made a lot of sense. The second
Uh-huh.
season, because of the look, 2 episodes is really not big of a deal. But when your last show for that season looks like an incomplete ending for that season, and everybody but the smallest child can tell, yeah, it damages it. And as a person that, like, when I see damage like Doctor Who, when Doctor Who start going woke, I'll say, okay, this is my Doctor Who. Anything afterwards, I'm not paying attention to, and I'll never go back to it. Same thing with Star Wars. I am done. I'll take my 6 movies and be happy and go away.
Right.
Star Trek, I'll watch anything made with the original cast, Next Generation,
Yeah.
Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and for me, that's it. I'm done.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm nothing again. I never got interested in Enterprise. I'm
That's
sorry.
fine.
That's just,
Yeah.
but I can say I can cut off here, unless they can, and it's really going to take a lot for any of these franchises. Unless I see something out of the ordinary, great that blows my mind, I'm not interested. You know,
Well-
they're talking about a new Lord of the Rings movie. What do they call it? The Hunt.
Andy
Down?
Serkis is supposed to direct it. Yeah.
Okay.
There's also
But
the animated
here's
one.
the thing: if that movie goes anywhere near woke or drastically changed, like the Rings of Power,
Yeah.
I don't care who they put in the movie. I don't care if they get Morstein and the guy who plays Gandalf. I don't care. At that point, I would say no, done.
Well,
Yeah.
the one thing I have to step back and take a couple steps back, just like I believe Mike brought up there about positivity. I'm absolutely positive. If I did not have a good outlook or a positive outlook, I wouldn't be here. I would not be. In fact, I didn't have one. That was before I got on YouTube. That was before I found all you guys and figured that there's a lot of people who have the same love I have. So I have a very positive outlook on all this. I think everything will come back in its own way. We always had big breaks. I mean, look at the big break between the Star Trek series and the movies. Between the last of the Doctor Who's original run and the first of the first run. Even the Doctor Who movie in '97, I believe it was. The same thing with Star Wars. I mean, look how much of a break we had between episode 3 and then, I mean, not episode 3, but I'm talking about episode 6 and then, of course, the prequel trilogy.
Yeah, 6.
And what we had in between. Things will come back.
Again, that's where you go to, there were reasons. You know what interfered between episode 3 and him, or excuse me, episode 6 and episode 1.
Right.
That was Indiana Jones. If he wasn't focused on Indiana Jones, we would have got.
Well, it was a little more than that.
He
It
didn't
was
have
also
the
his wife.
technology.
No, he was focused on Indy, and he would in George Lucas' mind, and he even said that you can go back and look. He has said he was more than happy to keep going with Indy than do any more Star Wars.
Well, okay, you know, the thing with Lucas is is a good storyteller, and that includes his own mythology of how these things evolved. The big thing why you had a big gap between the original and the prequel trilogy was his ex-wife. He was waiting until the agreement about the sharing, because, you know, when they had that divorce, because she was so did so much work with the original films, that she was getting a percentile. Also, being the fact of life, you know, you have a little thing called alimony. He waited until that alimony died, and that's when he took a step back and said, okay, now we're going to do Star Wars movies again. That was the big thing behind the whole thing. That's why he didn't want to necessarily dip his toes in there.
Peanuts.
You know what?
He made more money in that period of time with his Star Wars merchandise than he did with any movie.
But the thing is there was also, we got to remember, things didn't go right between the two of them when they had their split. You got to admit, there was a little bit of spite. And he didn't want to have, and I think the dealing had to do more with the movie, doing movies, than it was with the other aspects of it all. Basically the rights, royalty, whatever. If he did another film, she would start getting a piece of the money off of that. Of course,
I would say his ex-wife, and this should be for the record, that she knew a little bit more, because everything she said to do was kind of right.
Well, this isn't a shot at her. This isn't a shot at her. It's just the human nature, between when you have two people split up and then things aren't necessarily the best between them, we shall say. So, I mean, when it comes around to the history of Star Wars as a property, George Lucas first sat back and said, I'm going to do 12 films. No, I'm going to do 9 films. I'm only going to do the trilogy now. Okay, maybe I'll come back and no, I'm not going to do the prequel. We're going to keep it at, I never intended to be more than this and blah, blah, blah. I mean, if you went through the history of him talking about him doing Star Wars, it's all over the place. And it's like, well, what story are we getting from George this time? Again, I love George Lucas. Don't get me wrong. I am not slamming George Lucas. I'm not really slamming, but I'm just saying that, his talking about his life and such is like Harlan Ellison talking about, okay, did this really happen that you wrote about, Harlan? Or is this, you telling a wink, wink, nudge, nudge tale? And there's nothing wrong, because when you have people who are story builders, making stories, you're going to expect that from them. You're going to expect
some of these writers.
Guys,
Sorry.
real quick, let's get ready to start winding down.
We bored Mike. We have bored Mike. Yay!
I blame Cash Money because he was AFK for so long.
I haven't been AFK. It's called listening, man.
Yeah,
so
you were
other people can talk on the panel.
baseball. I know what
Tofu and kale.
You don't know what I'm doing,
I'm
man.
not bored. I just think it's a good time to start
nobody's
winding down.
bored.
I know. I'm
Phil,
teasing
man.
Mike. I'm teasing Mike. I gotta poke the bear a little bit here. I behaved pretty much this entire thing.
Oh, you guys are still on? Oh crap! I was waiting for
Yes, Anonymous. Yes,
he was in the she shed. He was hiding in the she shed.
He's trying to do everything to delay him having to do his honey to-do list today.
Okay. My last word. Okay, my last word on this. I'm very optimistic. I'm very positive. I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't that way. I do see that we're going to get our properties back eventually here. And that's what we're fighting for. If I didn't believe in it, I wouldn't be fighting. I wouldn't be talking about it. I think we should all be on the positive and do stuff like the Star Trek 2. And remember what is the reason why we are fighting. Back to you, Mike. Fuck you, Mark Hamill.
Oh my gosh.
Oh boy.
Careful, Mark Hamill.
But I hope, Phil, you do have some optimism as well, because I don't want you to believe that all entertainment moving forward is doom and gloom.
I told you guys all before. My hope is in fan made. Fan made is the best thing right now today. I'd rather watch a fan made Star Trek. If you want to know Star Trek B, Enterprise B, I can go online and I can watch it. It's fan made, and it's got some of the characters from what we saw with Enterprise B. There are people that want to know, and they got it. There's a lot of good fan made. Fan made is my hope. There it is, right there. Far as the other ones, these studios, I don't have no hope. Creativity, creative minds, taking something, and I hope some people. Yeah, it's fun to make fan made Star Trek. But I hope they eventually can do stuff and create something new on their own. Always try to create something new that you own, that you create. That's my hope.
Bravo. I agree with you 100%. I've said that too.
And remember the golden rule: anything Cash Money says, do the opposite.
Oh boy,
he agreed with you, so I'm not going to agree with you.
Yeah, Phil's a nut.
And the whole reason why I want to do today's stream and have it be a watch party is because I still love Star Trek. I know there are those out there who are saying Star Trek's dead. Star Trek under current creative is dead, but not the Star Trek that we received before. That's the Star Trek you need to keep alive, that you need to push and let people know this is Star Trek right here. You want to know what Star Trek's all about? Watch The Wrath of Khan. You want to know what Star Trek is all about? Go into The Day of the Dove from the original series. That's what Star Trek's about. If you want to go into what Star Trek is about, Measure of a Man. That is what Star Trek is about. I will always have feelings for this franchise because I love it so much. And I love the actors who portrayed the characters. Say what you will about William Shatner. Say what you will about the character of Captain Kirk. But you know what? I'll take him. Because I love Captain Kirk. I love Spock. The way Leonard Nimoy portrayed Spock. James Doohan as Scotty. Can't go wrong with that. DeForest Kelly as Dr. McCoy. Who else could you see playing Dr. McCoy? I can't see anybody. DeForest Kelly was the epitome of Dr. McCoy. Nichelle Nichols as Uhura. God rest her soul.
Mm-hmm.
Walter Koenig as Chekhov. George Takei. You may not agree with his political views, or you may agree with his political views, but when it came to portraying Sulu, he hit it out of the park.
Amen.
They all hit it out of the park with their characters. It's why we still love these characters. It's why they mean so much to us, because of the stories they were involved in. The stories that still resonate to this day. The story of an optimistic future where we put aside our petty little differences and we're able to get along. That is something that's missing from entertainment today. It's optimism, hope for a better tomorrow for all of us. And that is something that Star Trek always taught us. And that's why I will still champion this franchise. And hello, Chaotic Truth Live. Can you join the panel? We're getting ready to wrap up.
Mm-hmm.
But this franchise is a very special franchise. It has a lot of heart. It has a lot of soul. You see that in the stories. You see that in the characters and the way the characters have been portrayed by so many actors who have come and gone. We recently lost someone who was a part of the Star Trek family. James Darren, who played Vic Fontaine on Deep Space Nine. Some of you might recognize him from Gidget. But he added a piece to the Star Trek legacy, as did Aaron Eisenberg, Rene Auberjonois, and so many others who are no longer with us.
Rene Auberjonois, yeah, he was great.
We as fans, we might bicker back and forth about what's the best episode of a particular series, what's the best season of a particular series, old Trek versus new Trek. It goes on and on. But you know what I love about this franchise? I've already mentioned it. It's optimism. It's hope for a better tomorrow. And I just want to thank each and every one of you for joining us for the watch party and being a part of this special day. Because 58 years ago, when the world was introduced to Star Trek, nobody knew that the original series was only going to go for 3 seasons and then hit its core audience with syndication. Have 2 seasons of an animated series long before Lower Decks and anything else that came along in recent memory.
Which has its anniversary too today.
Yeah. That is true for Star Trek the Animated Series. But nobody knew at that time that Star Trek would inspire spin-offs, movies, novels, and games. And you want to know why it inspired those? Because of the human condition. The adventure always continued in the hearts and minds of those who wrote it and those who dreamt about it. And who are those who dreamt about it? Those of us here on the panel, those of you listening right now, and those of you who have always taken time out of your day to enjoy Star Trek for what it was. A great adventure amongst many friends. And at this time, I would like Anonymous to go ahead and promote himself.
Don't put me on the spot now, do we?
No pressure, Anonymous.
No pressure.
No pressure at all, Captain.
Captain, I am Anonymous. I got a channel. Come look at it. Come watch some videos or whatever. I just put a new one out about well, basically being healthy, I guess, and how I'm getting there. So it's not one of my normal kind of videos, but I felt like I needed to make it just to get some testimony out there about it. But it is what it is. Follow me on Twitter if you like, at Anonymous. And thank you for joining us today on the Star Trek Day, which has been a fantastic little movie we watched. It's a good one, I would say. So, and hope you guys have a rest of a good week, and stay frosty.
All right. Phil, would you like to go next?
Sure. Well, my channel is still on hiatus, and it looks like it's going to be that way for a little longer. So that's fine. I'm just thankful to be here to hang with, Anonymous and Mike. I can tolerate Baron and Cash Money, but yeah, I enjoy myself. This is the second watch party I come to see. This one is more a favorite of mine than the previous one. And hopefully the next watch party will be even greater movie. I'm looking forward to see what it is. So, yeah.
I will definitely mention it after everyone else is promoting themselves.
And the other thing is, I will leave everybody with this thought. Whatever Cash Money says, do the total opposite. And have a good day.
I usually do.
What was that? Oh, did somebody leave? Oh, excuse me. Weird. That was weird. Must have been a glitch in the system. Okay.
Oh wow,
it's weird.
It's weird.
Yeah. I know. It's weird.
The Cassius glitch.
Cash told me to brush my teeth. So
yeah, brush your teeth.
Do that? Cash Money's where you're going to take his spot, Anonymous.
Yeah. What was that? Another glitch? Oh, that's weird, man.
Oh man.
Man, these glitches just keep happening. I don't know what's going on.
StreamYards is just on the fritz today.
I know, man. StreamYards.
It's interesting how they keep happening with you at the controls.
I think it's Cash Yards. Cash Yards.
Weird, man. That's just bizarre. I don't know. Okay.
All right. So, Baron, what do you have coming up?
Well, you're talking to the great Baron. The other day I did a test run, and I hope to try to do it for real coming up here. Some gaming. I did a test run of the Contraband Police. I wanted to do it for real, do an actual true episode, start from the beginning. Hopefully very soon. Of course, I need to have Mike and Cash's help because I'm an idiot. Other than that, that's not what he told me the other day off the air. See, he tells me these things off the air.
Yeah,
and then he says, "Oh no, he's two-faced, folks. Don't listen to him." Just like Phil says. But no, in all seriousness, so these guys are a great help for me. And as it goes, normally I'm hanging out with whatever those guys are doing because I'm just a good tag along. That's all I do, right on other people's coattails. But on Thursday at 6 o'clock, around 6 o'clock. It's between 6 and 6:30 Central Standard Time, and or I should say Daylight Time. We haven't did the switch yet. And 7 o'clock Eastern, over at Jace's channel, also known as 540 Studios, is the Beyond, and that's where you'll catch Jace himself. Hopefully, Piss Match will be back soon. Of course, Cash Monet, who's with me here, myself. Let's see, who else do we have? Hoshi, he showed up last time. Hoshi, or however you pronounce his name.
Yeah, Hoshi.
Hopefully. Yeah,
Talk
hopefully
to you.
Whoopa Troopa will come up, and of course Kilted Cajun. So please join us on 540 Studios on Thursday, 6 o'clock Central, 7 Eastern. And like I said, other than that, I'm usually a parasite off these two guys. Back to you, Mike. Oh, by the way, one last thing. Star Trek lives. Back to you, Mike.
Sure.
And that's
Yes,
Mark
it
Hamill.
does.
Yeah. And fuck Mark Hamill. Fuck you, Mark Hamill. Fuck you. And I grok Spock. That was a popular thing back in the 60s and 70s.
Oh, man.
But I want to take this time again to thank everybody who joined us during the watch party of Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan, the director's cut. Had a lot of fun watching it with you guys. And, this is one Star Trek movie I never get sick of watching. And on this day where we celebrate Gene Roddenberry's vision, what better way to do it than with Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan? Now, as far as what's coming up next on the channel, I just want to let everybody know that Tuesday we will be doing a Rumble exclusive stream over on Pacific414 on Rumble, and that'll be our live reaction and, of course, commentary to the presidential debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, starting at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And then Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time on the YouTube channel and Rumble channel will be our Wednesday edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk. I'll probably have all the articles ready to go prior to the debate stream for Wednesday's Pop Talk. So, I'll be a busy man that Tuesday night. And then Thursday, I am going to be streaming the remake of Lollipop Chainsaw. So that'll be coming up at 6 p.m. Eastern on both the YouTube and Rumble channel. And after that, well, next Sunday, Pop Talk is going to have its own little celebration. At 1 p.m. Eastern Time, we will be celebrating not just 3 years of Pop Talk, but also 300 episodes of Pop Talk. That will be an open panel stream. So if you want to join that stream, I will have the link in the chat during next Sunday's broadcast. The one thing I do ask, and it's a very simple thing, please save any and all self-promotion until you're about to either leave. In that case, just let one of us know in the private chat that one of us, being Baron Orman Tag,
hello,
Cash Money 007, or myself know that you're getting ready to leave. And we will give you the proper time to promote yourself or someone who you feel needs to be promoted. Now, if you choose to stay with us during the entire stream, then at that time we will go one by one and let everybody promote themselves, their channels, someone who might have an up-and-coming channel that you want to give a shout-out to. At that time, you can join us. We will have some topics already determined as far as what articles we're going to be talking about, but the main thing about that stream is going to be talking about the things we love like we did today and having fun.
All Mike all the time.
Well, and then
no. And then, of course, on the 18th of this month, there's going to be the Transformers stream starting at 6 p.m. Eastern. Unfortunately, the things I wanted to have ready for that stream completed this week, I was unable to because I got sick. So I'm going to have to try to get as much of those things done between now and the 18th as I can. Anything I can't get done will probably be released after that stream, unfortunately. But Phil, you were wondering what our next watch party was going to be.
Ooh.
Yes, I do.
Our next watch party is going to be on Wednesday, the 25th at 6 p.m. Eastern. And the movie we will be watching was actually a movie that I thought was pretty good. It came out this year, back in June, and that's The Bike Riders with Tom Hardy, Austin Butler, and Jodie Comer. So we will be watching that, and I hope you all enjoyed as much as I did.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And then
And then, of course, even before that, on the 22nd, Anonymous will be joining us for that Sunday edition of Pop Talk, and he will
That's
be
me.
our special guest.
sweet.
I'm special,
Give me
all
a
right.
They give me a chance to go
The secret fourth member of Pop Talk.
They keep me in the closet.
Yeah,
No,
there's.
Cat, they don't want to know what you think.
Shut up. What was that? I think there's another glitch somewhere. Oh, that's weird.
Oh no,
man, so many glitches today on YouTube. It's crazy. Or yeah,
It must be the internet in California.
It says glitches, but yeah, coming up on the. If you'd like me to go, Mike, or you have something else to say.
No. Go ahead and go, Cash.
Okay, buddy. Yeah, so coming up on the Phantom Hooligans, we're gonna finally be back to the team because everybody should be together. So next week, Friday, we'll be playing STO, so that'll be fun.
Oh, sorry, I think the bubonic plague is coming. Sorry. Hope I'm better by
jeez.
Baron, I don't wish it what I had on anybody.
Oh, I don't. Trust me, I don't want it. I already had enough shit. Thank you kindly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Being sick sucks, man.
No, it doesn't.
Sucks. It really sucks. But yeah, we've got the team together, and we'll be playing STO, and Spock will be able to join us. It's been a few weeks. I want to make sure always Mike and Baron is there, because this is the three of us who started this. Then we've started adding some more people. At some point, Caitlin will be able to play, and then you, Anonymous, when we get to Vermintide 2, or if we get back to Dark Tide. So that's always going to be. I like the time 6:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, so I like that on Fridays. So
and you know what? You forgot to do the proper thing. We are the three amigos.
Amigos, all right.
Otherwise known as Team Epic Fail.
Oh boy. But
only
anyways,
when you join line.
Yeah, that's right. Only when Phil joins. But yeah, so that's coming up, and then I got some more demos coming up, and then I think because Phil and we've been watching a lot of Fairy Tale, and Phil's
No, hold on. No, don't say Phil and I. It's I and Phil.
No, it is Phil and I.
I don't think
dude.
that's right.
Yeah, exactly. So
I am Phil.
right, no. But anyways, so we've been watching a lot of Fairy Tale, and Phil and I have been enjoying it. So I think sometimes in the middle of the night or early in the morning, if I'm up, which I usually am sometimes, so I got to start my next one, Splatoon 3, and then I of course recently did a demo of Zephyr, a Thief's Melody. So please check that out. But yeah, so there's some cool stuff coming up on the Phantom Hooligans, and then probably another week or so we're gonna start on Rumble. Baron and we're gonna do Cranky Old Fans. We're gonna have topics for that, and that the thing is, just like Pop Talk, just like Phantom Hooligans, just like Cash Money Madness, everything will be as different as possible. We don't. I know people like to make the joke that Beyond is like Pop Talk, but we're trying to make that different too. Baron and I want to help Jace make that different than what's going on here. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff coming up still, demos and live streams. And then, of course, the next one will be Splatoon 3. So that'll actually be coming up in a few days. I just want to make sure that Phil and because he wants to watch the show. Yeah. What's up? No, Phil wants to watch the show, that then I can plan something after that, because he wants to keep doing that so we don't fall, like we forget about it, like what happened before with Babylon 5 when me, Crit, and Phil were watching it. He's like, oh, if we stop watching this now, then we'll start forgetting about it, which is not a bad point. So, but yeah, I'm looking forward though, guys, to Friday, and we'll be playing STO, and we'll be doing the story stuff, so that'll be cool. So I hope you all can join us for that. But check out the new videos of another Crab's Treasure, and there'll be a part 2 of that, and yeah, and then of course the Zephyr Thief's Melody, and I don't know when that game's coming out, but if you like the whole parkour meets Zelda, yeah, check that out.
Cash has crabs.
And DJ, and this goes to anyone else who would like to join the panel for Tuesday's debate stream over on the Rumble channel. I will put the invite link into the Pop Talk X group for anybody in there who wants to join. But if you want to join us on the panel for Tuesday, we start at 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. Please send me a DM. I will then send you the invite link.
And remember, you have to be politically aligned with us 100% because we are only an echo chamber bubble. No dissenting views are allowed.
No, I'm serious about this. No jokes.
I know.
Here.
No,
Yeah,
It's gonna be a Nerds for Harris.
I don't care if you're
That's right.
Democrat. I don't care if you're
Exactly.
Republican. I don't care if you're independent. If you want to come on to the panel and add your voice, you're welcome to do that.
Yeah, I'm just kidding, everybody.
I just have a question. What is what you're debating on that day? What is the debate?
Don't you know?
No,
it's Donald Trump and Kamala Harris having their
presidential
debate.
What debate did you think of, Phil?
Don't you listen to the show, Phil?
I listen to Mike. You too. I try to forget.
Mike did say it.
Mike did say, "You knucklehead." And you know what? I think there's another problem with StreamYard for some reason. Hold on. I think it's fixed now. Okay.
Mike, when you're playing your last game there, the one you were finishing up.
As far as the Batman streams are concerned, they're done for the moment.
You finished the one with what's her name?
I did the Harley Quinn DLC.
Oh, I didn't see the last one, so I'll go back and look. Because I'll rewatch. I will do that. Unlike Cash Money.
What was that? There's another. Wow, that's weird. I don't know what keeps happening.
Well, that's because Phil has no life. Let's just.
It's okay.
But I'm serious about this, folks. Whether you're Democrat, whether you're Republican, Independent, if you want to join us for that panel and add your voice to what's being said between both candidates, you're more than welcome to do so. Just let me know if you're not part of the Pop Talk group on X. Send me a DM on X at Pacific414 and let me know that you'd like to join. I will send you the invite.
And I think I can follow through with this series. Also, by the way, hi Snorty, how you doing, buddy? Like we said, like Mike said, we don't mind if people have different views or whatever, but let's be respectful. It doesn't mean we can't be lively about discussion or whatever. But remember, we're all friends here. We're not LMEs, so it's like so. Let's discuss it like big adults, like adults out there. Okay,
let's be adults. Let's be adults about it. But I will make this one point very clear. If I see any shenanigans that are inappropriate, even for that live stream, I will boot the person immediately.
Yep.
No ifs, ands, or buts.
I noticed that Barron's being discriminatory. You didn't highlight my statement there.
You're right.
You know why, right?
I don't know. I just highlighted Snorty. Because Snorty's a great guy.
I'm on.
Yes, it is good to see Snort Poopus Cuber.
.com.
Snort the poopers.
Snorty.
I think my previous statement in there was a lot, that.
Oh boy.
I don't know. I missed it.
There you go. Thank you, whoever did that.
He needed attention. Yeah, he needed attention. It's all right.
It's okay to have attention, Cash.
It's all right. He needed attention again.
It's okay. I understand that you don't get enough love, and that's why I hang with you.
Well, wait, what was that? Oh, you know what? There keeps being problems with StreamYard. I don't know what's going on. I really don't.
You know something? I really love when we're coming to an end of a show and we're doing our closing because it always turns out this way.
3 hours later.
Yeah, really.
It
but
does,
you know,
dude.
Yeah.
You know what really grinds my gears?
My wife is breathing down my neck, telling me to go make dinner. So,
See, I told you didn't do a
Anonymous,
to-do list.
thank you for joining.
Yeah, thank
us
you,
here
man.
on the panel and watching the
It's
movie.
always
with
good to
us.
see you, buddy.
Bill, thank you for joining the panel and watching the
Anytime.
movie with us.
Thank you for letting me hang with you, Mike, and Anonymous, the other two. Yeah, whatever.
What? There's problems again? Wow, that's weird, man. What happened, Baron? I don't know what's going on. Okay.
I know nothing.
Yep. What's up, Shadows? In Shadows? Good to see you, man. Hope your day's going well.
Greetings and salutations.
Greetings and hallucination.
You take care as well, Snorty. I'll probably see you tomorrow morning in the chat on Loki's. To everybody who watched, thank you again. If you like what you saw, make sure to hit that like button. Share out the stream. Consider following Cash Money 007 over on Twitch. Follow and subscribe to Baron Norman Tag's Fandom Legacy, Anonymous, Phil McCracken, and subscribe and follow to the Pacific414 YouTube channel. And until then, everybody, remember my motto when it comes to games. Don't ever give up on me in a game, because just when you do, you might miss something.
Yeah.
Wow.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
That was kind of awkward at the end there.
Yeah, it was.
Did I say something? No. Cash, say something. I don't know. What were we supposed to do about that, man?
That awkward pause is great.
I love it too.
You hear this review they're giving me? It's been a week since I've last streamed. I was out.
You forgot how.
The flu, okay, guys? I can't
blame it on the flu.
Kraken, worst troll ever.